Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome back to the Atlas Fanfic channel. Today, I'm back with What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as Danzo Shimura Part 5. Let the tale begin. Chapter 36, Bloody Shores. This was going to be a trap. A big one at that. It was morning, and my nervousness was shared by the 3 other bodyguards, a kunoichi and 2 shinobi, that were mustered for the unusual occasion. I couldn't blame them for looking this unsettled by the situation we were getting ourselves in. I felt my throat burning, the many regrets of not pushing the leader of Uchiha to not accept the visit now manifesting like a solid tapping from the back of my head. The Uchiha looked less uneasy than the rest of the group. I wasn't sure if it was confidence in the quality of the ninjas employed to guard him. I was sure we could have handled most of the ninjas from Kiri, but the moment we entered that village, I could feel everyone was looking at us with malicious intent. I wasn't sure if this was willed by the Mizuki, or if this was just a normal attitude towards foreigners, or even just the Uzumaki clan. But it definitely weighed a lot in my mind as it added to the already spooky appearance of the village. It all looked so desolate and horror-like. Holding back a gulp, I looked around, noticing how many citizens, ninjas and not, stopped in their activities to just look at us. It was important for them to keep up this terrorizing campaign and leave us subjected to this kind of unpleasant glaring. Yes, this was actually working from a psychological standpoint. The fact I wasn't really that confident of delving deeper into the beast's lair was further reinforced by that crescendo of negativity. Uchiha-sama. We should retreat, one of the bodyguard shinobi remarked. This might be beyond what we can try to protect you from. The alternative is war. There isn't much of a choice. With all due respect, I think they will enact war as soon as we cross the door to the Mizuki's office, I hummed nervously. It's not even a joke. I can tell they prepared for the seals to get back home. Kiri doesn't have few ninjutsu masters, the Uchiha argued, and I grimaced. That doesn't mean they can't hire from other countries. IWA had some people, same for Kumo. There was some silence after that counterpoint, but I could tell that, at this point, there was no turning back. For the first time ever, I wanted to facepalm at the notion I was being set up to enter deep into numerous layers of possible enemy lines. I could feel a sense of unpleasant itching working its way up my throat. I knew, I could see on the spot, that this was going to turn ugly really soon. My unease just kept on growing, with my need to pick up a kunai and start murdering my way out of the village getting worse by each step we took towards Kiri's heart. Eventually, we arrived at the Mizuki's palace, and I could tell that this is where shit was going to hit the fan. Just as we crossed the entrance and walked up to where the leader's office was, we were prevented from outright entering by the ninjas standing outside the room. Only the Uchiha can enter inside. Mizuki-sama requested for this to be a one-on-one discussion between leaders, without the need of guards. This is bad. Really bad. Before anyone could have protested this decision, the Uchiha nodded. As guests to Kirigakure, we shall accept this humble request. No, this is bad. But this could also be good. Just as we were escorted to a nice place to wait for the meeting to be over, I started to think about the possibility that this could actually end up giving us the edge for any trap. As we entered the small room with a bench, 2 chairs, and a lone window, I waited for the guard to close the door and give us the chance to look for any seals that could turn this place into a dangerous setting to stay by. Nothing of such was detected, giving us the opportunity to actually plot around this development. Can you 3 use shadow clones without fainting after forming one each? There was a hint of confusion as I said it, but they nodded and formed a clone just as soon as I did. We will use the clones as decoys, going through the window and checking if the Mizuki is as honorable as he said to be with this request. This time, there was no hesitation. As the clones took care of behaving like us, sparing a serious conversation about the matter, the real Ford jumped out of the window and slowly made our way towards the Mizuki's office, walking on the wall to reach some openings by the rooftop. From there, we had a clear sight and understanding of the situation inside, and it was as bad, if not worse, as what we had expected. The Uchiha was alone as he stood before the Mizuki and most of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I could count 6 members, the Sabotage user missing from sight, and, truth be told, I knew close to nothing about the first users of the legendary blades. I knew they weren't the strongest generation, but that didn't mean they were anywhere weaker than a mid-tier jounin. This wasn't going to be fun. Konoha and Uchiha, I can tell they are plotting to hog all the power in the world for themselves. Uchiha-sama, the Mizuki, an old man with long white hair, a beard and crazy eyes, pointed out in annoyance. It was shown in the war, your little group of friends, always loving each other and giving Kiri the least possible out of the possible chances. We gave your village ports to use. Economic advantages dash. But it wasn't the same as the territorial gains that Hashirama-kun got. And I can tell we could have squeezed harder at Kumo. More ports, more people to exploit, and yet you picked the most lenient of the choice. Of course you were doing so to piss on our losses. That's not the case. Kumo took this treaty because it was the one they could accept. If not, the war would have continued dash. And wouldn't that have been great? The leader of Kiri interjected again, his annoyance growing by the minute at the efforts to justify how things ended back then. We had the advantage, but you had to bleed your hearts over some foes that deserved our wrath. Our people, those we lost, forsaken for a piece of paper that didn't dignify their passing. Shame on Uchiha and Konoha for staining their memories. Your reward shall be our wrath. Just as he said these last words, one of the swordsmen moved forward. I blinked, realizing that this one was using Kabutawari, giant axe and hammer that could break through all kinds of defenses, and giving me an idea on how to handle the guy. The Uchiha, unaware of the purpose of the weapon, mustered numerous chakra chains and rushed those towards the approaching swordsman. Surprise turned to horror as the chains were easily cut by the blade, allowing the swordsman to rush towards him without any true obstacle, except me. I jumped into the fray just in time to push away the Uchiha, allowing the last strike to reach for him, but also giving myself the edge needed to push it back to the user through the momentum of the attack. One thing that made Kabutawari a hazard to its user was the fact that it was cumbersome and had a simple issue. The rear section of the axe was dull, and it could be kicked back to the owner of the weapon. One moment, that's how long it took me to greet the swordsman and then slam his own blade right to his throat, severing most of the head off from his body and killing him instantly. His body held up for a few moments, but fell down as a fountain of blood erupted from the cut I had created. There was silence as the other bodyguards reached inside, forming a defensive pattern around the Uchiha. "Are you all right, Uchiha-sama?" I asked with a serious tone, and the man sighed. "I'm fine. But what's the plan? Dying?" the Mizuki suggested, glaring right at me. "And you are the brat that vouched for the peace we got. Your death will be dash. What about your commanders?" My voice sharply cut him off, the old man staring at me in confusion. "What?" "The commanders, those that had brazenly caused most of the losses in daring attacks that saw us expending resources and troops to make sure our fronts were as spread as thinly as possible, I explained angrily. Those that enacted the invasion hours earlier and forced our force on the land to rush to make sure they didn't get slaughtered on the beaches because they decided that a few losses on some forts wasn't that bad. They are those that heighten the losses to that dramatic level. That's why I can tell that most of the ninjas are so upset with how things turned out to be. Lies will not save your country from dash. I was there, I bled there, my friends almost died there. I know more than anything you can believe in, you crazy old man. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply instantly, as stunned by the poisonous tone I was using. Beware of the words you use, brat. Were you there to see? To see what was killing your people, Mizuki-sama? No. But dash. Were you there to hear their grievances? I was there when part of our supply lines were redirected to sustain their issues because your commanders were bickering on who was taking the boring task of dealing with that issue, I interrupted furiously. I will also assume this move was something suggested by the same commanders because of a possible dissent in your troops. Have you spoken with your soldiers beyond your commanders, Mizuki-sama? I have nothing to say to a child of all people, the old man rebuked. That revolt happened because of some peace-loving traitorous fools and dash. What if you had been lied to, Mizuki-sama? The man kept quiet, his irritation still the same as before, but I managed to achieve what I planned through that discussion. Put doubt into his mind. Sadly, it was just for a moment, as I could tell from his expression, knowing already that this guy was insane and that his paranoia was on the next level compared to other Kages of this time period. And you are saying that you just assume that there was a revolt, boy? Yes. And how should I trust you being unaware of this? I huffed. I can tell that something big has to have happened for you to take these steps. Else, you wouldn't have planned this surprise attack to try and get a big win shortly after by capturing a headless Uzushio. But Mito Dash would have been a hostage to use against Hokage-sama, I argued back to the Uzukage. That's why they decided to strike now. You sure are accustomed to tactics despite your age. I was the one that helped your troops while your commanders were busy boasting about their greatness once this was all over. Nonsense. And I demand you cease with these slanderous words. Or what? Will you send more swordsmen to an early grave, Mizuki-sama? 2 more swordsmen rushed forward, clearly upset by my taunt. They were wielding Kiba and Nuabari respectively. This time, I didn't have much of an advantage through physical means, but I had something that could handle this kind of lightweight sword at once. I released the scroll containing Silver Chariot and swiftly took over its moves, rushing the puppet towards them, stunning them with its speed and using the shock as an advance to strike at the Kiba-wielding shinobi. His armor was torn under the momentum and the sharpness of the puppet's blade, a massive gash forming horizontally by their belly's area, spilling some of his guts out. The horrible yells woke the large needle user from his surprise-driven pause, with the kunoichi growling as she tried to envelop the puppet in a combined assault from both Nuabari's frame and the thread it was weaving. But Silver Chariot was way faster than any effort used, moving through the attempts to capture it within the reach of the thin sword before going for the kill. The user of Nuabari gasped, a large injury forming by her throat and depriving her of the means to breathe, killing her shortly after. Silence reigned supreme before the massacre I just perpetrated, both sides plain shaken by the deadly precision I had just displayed. I would like to remind Mizuki-sama that I was in the war, and I had killed a large amount of foes to reach this level. At the same time, I didn't exactly cease my training, and so, in my humble opinion, I believe that any attempts to keep this infuriating display going will just piss me off at best and really push me to personally engage Kiradikure in a war. The old man blinked, half tempted to call my bluff on the spot, but reluctant as his paranoia held him back from the rational move. What if I was lying by telling the truth? What if I was really ready to wage a conflict on this village on my own? How many puppets did I have? How strong I was and how great was my potential if I was Madara's apprentice? You made your point clear. I resealed the puppet and gave a long look to the elder leader. I believe this situation about piracy will not be over. It wouldn't be bad to reopen trade with Kiri. After all, it has the potential to expand its village by improving it with better infrastructure. The old man frowned at this. You consider improving Kiri? Why not? The war's over. Why do we need to fight over everything now? Expansion isn't exactly the only way to reach new heights for the people. I see. But for now, you are all dismissed. I was half tempted to shoot something back at him, but the Uchiha grasped my shoulders and silently gazed at me to keep quiet. We had done it. Well, I kinda did, but right now it was best to use this opportunity to get out of there before any surprises happened during our hasty departure. We got what we came for, and we weren't in the position to push more than we did. It was lucky enough for me that the shock had paralyzed the plans of the Mizuki, but it was best to not get too bold with this matter. As the situation was dealt with, the objective was to get back to the docks without getting ambushed or followed. Good news is that we succeeded in that effort. I sighed in relief, pleased by the fact we managed to get through and away from this in complete peace. Of course, my expectations were soon to be dashed away during a conversation with the Uchiha and an ambush I could have foreseen. One that changed everything. Forever. Danzo. I would like to speak with you about what happened with the Mizuki. And how you spoke of the war. I tensed up at that comment, knowing that this was one of the "are you alright" kind of conversation. Bracing myself, I slowly nodded. What about? I know that the conflict was grim with IWA and Kumo, but if it isn't too much to answer this, are you sure you have recovered from it? Yes, I replied without hesitation, maybe a bit too forcefully since I wasn't happy with the topic. It's just that I find it aggravating when someone lies about what happened there. It's not fair on those that died. Do you really believe Kiri experienced a revolt due to this? Many of their soldiers were sick and tired of their commander's incompetence, and there were voices of mutinous groups already before the peace was reached, I explained, shifting my attention on the water as the boat quietly shook as we ventured the trip back to Uchiha. Kiri tried to hide it away, but there was a sense of kinship between soldiers, and those from Kiri were known to be desirous of having a leadership similar to Hashirama's. The Mizuki today proved their points to me by merely speaking and acting to minor slights. That we can agree to. Which is why I have a small request in case something bad happens in those days. The other guards shall bear this knowledge as an utmost information to relay to the elders of Uchiha. I frowned at the unexpected shift of topic. What? It's possible that this might not be the last attempt from the Mizuki, and I doubt next time you will be around Danzo-kun. I need you to promise me that you will work to preserve Uchiha, to help Shiko-chan through the pain if I don't come back home one of those days. That sounded like a death flag. Why the fuck am I hearing a death flag out of nowhere? Sure, it made some sense that the Mizuki wasn't going to take the defeat and lie down, but I couldn't see it becoming so dangerous for the Uzukage's life to be put in danger. But there was something I could say for sure: the Uzumaki clan had a fair sense of grasp when their demise was around the corner, and I hoped I was wrong in assuming something bad was soon to happen to the man. "You will come back all the time. I can assure you this much," I argued, causing him to sigh mirthfully at my guarantee, knowing that I was saying that just for not making this so depressing and stupidly pessimistic. If only that would be the case for everything, Danzo-kun. Before I could add more to that view, I froze when the boat suddenly trembled and water erupted from our sides as frigging sharks emerged and suddenly ate 2 of the 3 bodyguards within the boat. My eyes widened in shock, but I didn't hesitate to jump out of the boat, the Uzukage doing the same, and barely so as someone came soaring from behind and cleaved the remaining guard with their sword. A chuckle, and I stared down at the mad-looking young man with long white hair and shark-like fangs. He was wearing a red half-sleeved shirt and short baggy gray pants under a layer of light armor. In his hold, currently resting by his left shoulder, was a bandaged sword that wriggled in excitement. "Sabotage. Oh my, aren't you truly fast, Shimura Danzo-chan? I don't like where this is going. Who are you and why are you attacking us?" The Uzukage pressed, uncaring of the demented look on our current issue's face. "The Mizukage said to let you be free, but I'm bored, Uzukage-sama. I need some exercises and playdates from time to time, and the same goes for my sister. She will be here soon," the attacker interjected jovially. "I'm Hozuki Hachiro, and today I shall be your opponent." "You are picking the wrong fight, Hozuki-san," I warned, and the man's smile widened, his attention focusing mostly on me. "You're the one that slayed half of my siblings, aren't ya?" The young man hummed mirthfully, holding back a degree of curiosity. There was no anger, only thirst to try me out. He quickly rushed for me, trying to get me with Sabotage, and I frowned as I noticed how intense the sword was even as I stopped it with Star Platinum. Knowing my current luck, it would have been foolish to rely on a speed-based puppet such as Silver Chariot, and Star Platinum's body had enough layers of armor to not be destroyed by Sabotage's growing nail-like shards as those cut through the bandages. "Whoa! You have another puppet. What does this 1D - truth be told, I wasn't exactly worried by this guy. His sword was the real threat if it managed to get too close to me and tap into my reserves, as I could already feel its train trying to get to my chakra strings. Sadly for Sabotage, its user wasn't prepared for the punch slamming on the side of his head, the crunch soundly deadly, but only sparking more amusement as the Hozuki, now facing a concussion, was put in a worse situation. Just as I advanced and tried to put an end to this ambush, I perceived something coming from the side. I jumped up, dodging just barely a shark that had sneaked on my left and had tried to eat my arm from the trajectory it moved in. Hachiro grinned ferociously, rushing forward once again to capitalize on the fact I was distracted with that summon to slam Star Platinum away and get towards me. Before I could intercept the insane bastard, I paused as I saw numerous chains emerging from the Uzukage. "I'm still here for the count, fool." "You are," the foe hummed. "But not for long?" I was confused at first by that banter, but I saw something familiar soar over his head from his hand and towards the Uzukage. A smoke bomb. The experienced shinobi threw a shuriken towards the sphere, but the detonation still released enough smoke to cover his sight. I rushed forward to deal with him for good, knowing that there was something bigger than just a distraction to get released. I hastened a quick fireball jutsu, trying to finish him off now that he was paused, but something jumped between the approaching attack and the grinning Hozuki. I blinked as the shark summon tanked the flame and died due to it, and that's where I remembered. Blood erupted from the dead monster, but it only made things worse as the shark lurking underneath was suddenly driven by a blood craze. The Uchiha didn't know of this, the swarm of carnivorous predators swimming fast towards him and attacking him. Hachiro tried to say something, but I didn't bother as I slammed him away and rushed towards the source of the yells of pain as the shark started to maul at the Uzumaki leader. Armed with kunais, anger and pressure as I knew that the second attacker was bound to arrive anytime soon now, I cut and slashed as hard as I could to kill the sharks without letting them rip the man apart. Good news was that I got through it. Bad news was that the injuries weren't going to get any better. This entire mess had to end for good. I jumped and attacked with as much vehemence as possible, easily overwhelming my opponent once again with my puppet, but something strange happened. Something bit my leg. I looked down and realized that this shark was much smaller, but still having sharp enough teeth to hurt with that bite. I used my left hand to throw a kunai to stab it, the effort successful as I was freed by that hold, but... Oh, she is here. She? The sister? I couldn't perceive anyone on the spot, and I got a clear understanding that all summons were now dead. A bluff? I was about to call it when I felt it. The water trembled, just briefly, and I heard a loud splash as soon as I turned around to try and dodge the second attacker. As my right eye started to look behind, I saw it. It was too late. A pointy and sharp edge owned by the leftmost section of a trident's upper end. The whole attack on the Uchiha? The small shark keeping my focus on the immediate situation and not to my outward surroundings? All a bunch of distractions meant for me. The older sibling had stalled for this dynamic entry to allow his sister to pick up speed through the water and be able to launch a sudden attack at a neck-breaking speed. I tilted back, pushing my entire weight into that move to get out of the way. I was in an exposed spot. My expectations of surviving without an injury were pretty small, and I moved for the sake of not being utterly killed by that surprise attack, and I didn't. But I still got damaged by it. My sight, the bit that came from my right eye, went red. I couldn't see from it as blood splashed out of the attack, tearing into it, pulling it out of my head, and soon I was left half-blind in the process. The pain was excruciating, and I almost lost focus as I felt my wobbly legs faltering and keeping the steady chakra flow to keep on walking on the water. Danzo the Uchiha tried to intervene, weakly so, but was stopped by the mad Samohada user as he swung his sword to falter his approach. No, no! You can't interrupt my sister's playing. After all, she is the most bored of the two. Gnawing my teeth, I finally got a proper look of the sister, and I was a bit surprised by the fact that she looked fairly younger than me. Around Yoshiko's age. She had white hair like Hachiro, but hers had some of the locks with red edges. Red eyes playfully and crazily aimed at me as she prepared her blood-stained red trident for more. She wore a knee-long black and white shark-themed dress with big sleeves as a shark-like tail wagged from behind. Yep, this one didn't seem much, but she still did something many of my foes would have been delighted to see happening. Delivering a dangerous injury on me as I doubted my eye was recoverable. My best shot now was getting a transplant for a new one and hope it actually worked as good as the original one. That's a scary look on your face, Dankuen, she said cheekily. I'm Hozuki Gura, let's be the bestest of friends. She suddenly rushed towards me, brandishing her trident tightly as she tried to get any free shots out of me. Sadly, without the element of surprise, she wasn't much of a threat. Her speed was manageable and her moves were lacking in terms of effective experience. She was just lucky she got that nasty hit on me, because it really made it a bit difficult to see attacks coming from my dominant side. I was upset. I lost my eye, but I had to keep my mind clear and my resolve aimed right on this battle if I didn't want to get anything worse than that. "Well, why are you this fast?" Gura lamented, upset that I wasn't just staying still and allowing her to get a free shot on me. Instead of giving her an answer, I just rushed for ward and cut on her wrist, lessening her hold on the trident before forcing her to drop him by kicking her on the chin and away from me. Gura stammered at this, jumping back in the water to retrieve her weapon and leaving me to regain some confidence in the situation. It was easy to deal with something like this. "Is this all you got?" As I said that, I saw Hachiro jumping at me, Sabotage unleashed as he pressed me onto a more defensive approach. I took my short sword out of the scroll where I stored it, knowing I didn't have the time to release Star Platinum again and use it to block the assault. My Kenjutsu wasn't the best, but I knew how to use my sword and it to steer the sentient blade away, as I knew better than letting it get too close. And I didn't need to lose more chakra than needed. I was already running at half power, bleeding profusely from my head, and I really didn't want a harder challenge for myself. "Now, that's not nice." The older Hozuki snarled angrily. "My little sister was just trying to make a friend. And here you are, hurting my little angel." "Kindly fuck off," I replied, forming a Rasengan on my right hand as my left one held the blade, pushing back Sabotage, giving me the chance to slam the sphere of chakra onto the guy's side and sending him flying away. I took this chance to look at the Uchiha and felt panic rising on me as I saw the man clutching his left side, a large piece of his flesh missing as it had been torn by the ferocious blade. Adding that to the previous damage, I knew this battle wasn't worth continuing. I could win it, but he wouldn't live through it. I rushed up to him, helping him out of the water as he had slowly started to sink because his chakra wasn't working as intended. It took me a moment to summon Kiera. She realized quickly the situation was pretty bad and took off with us as soon as I got the wounded Uchiha on her left claw, carefully gripping him as to not worsen the injury. The Hozuki siblings tried to stop us, but the Phoenix soared quickly out of the way and we managed to escape trouble. I felt slightly relieved. I felt like we really avoided a losing battle because I was running out of chakra and because they had an advantage being in the water with many sharks swimming around. Now we could retreat, plan a counterattack and be done with this. The Uchiha was going to be fine as Kiera's tears were already healing his damaged body and Danzo dash. I blinked, surprised at how fragile the man's voice was. "Don't speak, you're still in critical conditions, and dash." Thank you. My daughter, she needed someone to believe in," the redhead muttered, his strength fading at a worrying pace. I was confused. The wounds were healing, he should have been fine and all, but please, keep her safe. "No, don't you dare die here," I said dash. Before I could have gone through with it, I stopped, my jaw dropping as I felt his hold finally relaxing, his pulse growing cold. He was no longer there. I was baffled. How did it happen? I knew Kiera's tears were repairing his body, and then I realized the issue. His body was recovering, his chakra not. Sabotage had devoured part of his core, probably damaging it, and, even as it was being fixed, it happened too slowly to prevent his whole body from collapsing at the lack of chakra coursing within him. He was limp, his glassy eyes aimed at the ocean below, and I knew at that point that bitter taste in my mouth, that strange taste that mixed with the blood. It was the taste of the worst kind of defeat. Chapter 37, Bloody Shores. It was night. I couldn't sleep. The hospital bed, it was meant to provide me with comfort as I sought to slumber, but it didn't. It felt sturdy, too warm, too cold, too undeserved. I blinked once with my remaining eye, my gaze limited if not halved by the recent happenings I was subjected to. I was tired, and yet not. I was calm and yet horribly furious. I never felt this angry, and now I could see what my previous life's parents warned me about. There are many stages of anger, some that are more prominent than others. But there is one in particular, no one liked it. Both those that were subjected to it and those that were yanked deep into it. The kind of anger that was the highest state of hatred humanly possible, but it was harmoniously enraptured by a sense of unnatural calm and peacefulness. Truth and lie. I was in a state of pain that was all held within, bubbling and cracking at my composure. A few hours ago, I had to keep strong, as Mito put it. I had to be there with Yoshiko as the girl was inconsolable. I couldn't blame her, and I felt guilty of what just happened. I felt stupid. This all could have been avoided, or maybe not. I could have planned something else, but the Uchiha had been too invested in this diplomatic endeavor. One would think he did so with stupid intention. Why would you dialogue with a former ally during the recently over war? While common sense as a shinobi dictated that he should have just adopted a tension policy and escalated the matter only if Kiri was willing so, the issue was also tied to Yuzu's capacity to wage a war on its own. It lacked the boat supremacy Kiri had, and it didn't have enough men to match a major village. Not yet, at least. Hence why there was a diplomatic effort, one that failed from the way I looked at the matter. My empty eye socket was aching at the mere thought, prompting me to carefully poke at the white bandage covering it. I lost an eye, but it wasn't how it happened to the original Danzo. He lost his eyes and his limbs by incompetence and ill-motivated paranoia. My mistake was being too relaxed. I had lost some of that uneasy edge I had back in the war. The peacetime had mellowed me, just briefly, not to the point of dulling my skills, but when it came to brutality alone. And Kiri, much to my frustration, hadn't let go of that viciousness. So, in a game of tension, they played us just nicely. To make things very complicated for us from a diplomatic standpoint, but just barely due to the timing, the Ozuki siblings were deemed missing means less than an hour after the passing of Uzushio's leader. Kiri couldn't have known about the news of the Uchiha's death this quickly, not when it hadn't been rendered public until after 2 hours had gone by. They had staged this assassination to leave them in a good position to claim ignorance on the operations. Because of that, I didn't plan to let them be left alone to enjoy this victory after this heinous move, and I was in so much pain, both physically and emotionally, that I had no reason to hold back when it came to what I had in mind for them all. The only thing slowing me from going through the morally stupid but efficiently brutal plan I had prepared during these hours of utter despair was the little girl I had let sleep on the bed with me. Yoshiko was just too destroyed by this whole mess. She cried a solid hour over her father's corpse, and that noise. That damnable noise, it made the aching even worse. The only reason she stopped was because she cried herself into unconsciousness. It was an odd development, but one that felt legitimate. She lost her remaining parent, and it happened on my watch. I let her rest with me out of worry more than anything else, as it was clear she was in no state of mind to sleep on her own for the time being. which made my current intentions slightly cruel due to me leaving her alone for an hour or two, maybe 3 if things got too crazy. The Uzukage's death wasn't just reason to sorrow, but also worry. The council of sages within the village, those high members of Uzushio that were among the oldest and wisest of the Uzumaki clan, were convened to temporarily hold power over the country. The issue with that move was, as publicly announced by the sages themselves, that the council wasn't meant to fully replace the figure of Uzukage. And that's where a bit of chaos had ensued. Who was supposed to replace the now deceased ruler? Many wanted to proceed by dynastic correlation, but Yoshiko was too young and too inexperienced to rule, and Mito was already married into the Senju family and unwilling to part ways with her husband and children. The next option was to evaluate a new Uzukage through the list of people that fit the role, and many of those didn't want the hat. It was an odd circumstance, but many just didn't see themselves capable of ruling with so little preparation. In the end, the council worked on a possible compromise. In the next few days, Uzushio was going to hold a contest for any locals fitting specific requirements to go through tests and prove their worth as the possible new leader of the mini-nation. Around that time, I wasn't going to be there to watch this unfold, not with how many issues we were meant to go through back home with the ramification of that gesture. While Mito showed some restraint in her own grieving, in the end the woman broke to tears when she returned to her room, mostly alone as a trusty guard took the twins to give her some space to react to this tragedy. Her brother was dead, and she knew that going to war now wouldn't do anything good on anyone around us. Still, all that grieving, all that sorrow. I was partly at fault for it. I should have prepared for that sneak attack, but the Mizukage had sounded so frightened that I didn't expect him to react this harshly so suddenly. Too fast, I thought. This reaction wasn't one connected to the meeting's events. No, it had been planned before the meeting. The Mizukage had not expected things to go that way, with the Hozuki siblings being more of a precautionary step taken to prevent any escape. It had worked, sorta. They got a diplomatic accident in their hands, and I was planning to show them why that wasn't an achievement they should be proud of. After some careful nudging out of the tight hold the little redhead had on my body, I managed to replace myself with a warmed-up pillow. The other pillows were cold, and Yoshiko would have perceived a difference through the change of bodily temperature. With this little switch, I was up to go through the deadly plan I was going to execute on Kiri. I just needed to slip through the cracks of the guards protecting the hospital and then get to the docks. Still, one last issue persisted as it joined me while I was checking on my current arsenal and confirmed I got everything I needed for this little prank. You shouldn't go. She will notice you're gone. Kurama was awake and had decided to tag along for the adventure. A bit unusual considering his lazy streak as of recent times, but it became clear his intentions were far from supportive of my current plot. Sitting on my shoulder and speaking as my Jiminy Cricket for this matter. Of course, I wasn't thinking of stopping now that I had just begun. Sometimes we have to be bastards to keep those we love safe, Kurama, I replied dully. I'm not doing this for myself. Aren't you? My lips twitched at that accusing tone, but I didn't let go. Kiri is too dangerous. I will do the world a good service if I cripple their means to attack others. That's not what I asked you, Danzo. And if I don't answer that question, it means I am not willing to dispense an answer altogether, I half-snapped, growing impatient with this whole speech. I know you're not here to stop me. What do you need out of this conversation? Fun. I frowned, stopping midway through the staircase that led to the rooftop. What? I am not obliged to help you whatsoever, but I know it would be hilarious if I took part in this. Kirigakure, they would cause more headaches if they caused a war. I don't need to receive another line of people begging me, as a deity, to stop the war for you. I guess you could be useful for a bit of threatening. How do you feel about frightening an old man by crapping his pants? The crazy smile on his muzzle was enough to show he was invested in what I was planning to do. We used the cover of the darkness to move from rooftop to rooftop, silently rushing for the docks and arriving at the boat I had prepared in the late afternoon with a shadow clone. Everything was set to go smoothly as I left the safety of Uzushio and ventured back to Kiri. As far as I knew, no one was expecting any hasty reaction from the Uzumaki clan, so I didn't expect the fishing patrols to be too guarded compared to the usual. When I first visited, I also glanced at any entry point that could be used to invade the village in case of war. There were a few, with 3 in particular standing out as the best possible for the circumstance at hand. Before visiting my first target, I had to make sure that Kiri was in no position to launch any attack anymore. I spent a solid hour looking for any storage building which was being used to keep the military arsenal, but also those places which were used to hold their boats. Seal bombs with increased potency mixed with some handmade gunpowder. While I couldn't do cannons just yet, I could still make powered-up explosives to devastate strategic locations even more than before. Those were placed left and right as I didn't spare any caution to how many I was using on the occasion. At the same time, I also used the same approach with the many warships that were docked in the nearby pier. This bit was particularly difficult considering the contingent dispatched to keep guard of this vital spot of the village, which is why I managed to plant just a few bombs before going to the next step of the plan. I wanted the bloody mist to actually bleed before I left this shithole, and the fireworks were just going to be divine while I left for Uzushio. There were just a few guards around as everyone was mostly asleep in the main arteries of the village, leaving a desolate setting compared to the one I saw mere hours ago. None spotted me as I carefully moved around and towards the Mizuki's office, climbing the wall from the rear entrance of the building to get to the nearest window that gave to the office. The Mizuki was checking something in his bedroom from the looks of it, grumbling about some Konoha buffoons and all of that, leaving his office unprotected from the looks of it. Kage-level assassinations had yet to prop out, so there was no guard left behind to check the office as I entered inside from one of the open windows. I spared a quick look, trying to sense any surprises but finding nothing. This was the best setting that I could get to work on a little surprise for the old crazy fuck. I was swiftly setting up the needed seals, making sure that even the windows were rigged to explode at any sudden interruptions, and unsealing a scroll with a peculiar spice I had recovered from Suna. While most of those were meant to give an extra kick to snacks, a couple of those were not suited for normal meals. Adding the little powder that I chose for the specific ordeal out, I decided to let it trickle down and mix with the dark teacup left to rest by the desk. Now what was left to do was wait and hope the guy was alone for the completion of this task. Much to my disappointment, he wasn't alone. Someone else entered the room, seemingly trying to argue about the recent events and how those could have been handled better. Be careful, Jinjetsu. One more word against my decision and I will consider it an act of treason, the old Mizuki barked in frustration, sitting down by his chair and grasping the cup of tea before bringing it close to his lips. Konoha has been playing the big man for too long. And that brat's little stunt. I heard he lost an eye. I guess that's going to teach him something. If before I had any doubts about going too far with this whole plan, now I felt more compelled to believe otherwise. The old fart drank greedily from his cup, realizing as he tensed up that he had just taken in something that wasn't his tea. The blond guy, Jinjetsu, frowned at the sight, but his posture turned active when he saw his leader suddenly slump as the poison entered in effect, numbing his body and letting him choke on his own spit. I had planned to move in before he could drink the beverage had he been alone, but now this helped me clear out an unreliable narrator and provide me a lone source of information that could be extorted into talking. So, before Jinjetsu could have reacted to try and save his boss, he found himself caught on one of the few seals I had prepared for anyone stepping in that specific floor tile when I rendered them all active. Numerous chakra strings emerged and grasped tightly at the guy, neck, wrists, elbows, knees and feet, promptly stunning him long enough for me to rush forth and deliver a solid kick on his stomach, slamming him on the wall nearby. More strings. This time the number alone was keeping the man stuck in his place. "Good evening, Hozuki Jinjetsu. I believe you and I have lots to talk about." The man was surprised as he caught notice of the attacker's face. "Why you are dash? No one if you want to live through tonight, and maybe in the next few occasions," I argued firmly, giving him little space to talk. I was the one interrogating him, not the other way around. "Where are the two siblings, Hozuki Hachiro and Gura?" I demanded, Jinjetsu shivering and not even bothering struggling. He was in the worst situation for any of his known ninjutsu. Water would do very little if he was stuck in a room rigged to explode at any wrong step he took. And the fact I was looming over him, holding him still with reinforced chakra strings, left him with a limited roster of options. And only one sounded like the winning one. "They are missing Nin's dash." "Wrong," I interjected, tightening the strings and making him feel the grasp increasing in strength. "I will give you another chance, beyond that there is no third chance or a saving grace for lying." "Where are they?" "Why?" "No, that's not what I asked." "Just because it's not a lie, you don't get a freebie, Jinjetsu. Let me put it more in perspective so you understand how bad this situation is on yourself and Kiri as a whole," I hummed fiercely, glancing at a smiling Kurama glaring down at the poor bastard. "See, this is Kurama, say hi." "Hello, human. T the QB dash." "Yes, now, tell me Kurama, don't you feel a bit bored after a few months without action? Feeling the need to scratch that need of wandering around and crashing at some parties?" Truth be told, yes. Immensely. That felt a bit more real than I wanted. I could definitely perceive the craving to sow some destruction on his path, and I would have to handle this later on. Soon I was back to Jinjetsu, sparing him no other pleasantries about the matter. "So, here is the situation, Chief. You give me their location, the place doesn't get blown up into nothingness. Is it simple, right?" I think so." "Good, then, what do you want to pick? Life or death?" A few minutes later, I was strolling around the coastal area of Kiri, still keeping away from any patrol as I got the location that was being used by the two missing Nins. Jinjetsu was happy to be alive, less happy that I put the very hat that was once of his predecessor on his head and told him you are the Nidame, the Shodame got killed by an adult missing Nin. When he asked why should he accept this and that, I reminded him that tailed beasts could launch long-range nuclear blasts if necessary to prove a point. And yes, I was pissed enough to consider nuking the place if there was no chance for aggressive diplomacy to beat through the opposition. That warning seemed to steer any stupidity out of his mind, but I knew I had forfeited any chance of befriending Kiri for a long time. A bit disappointing, but I was too pissed to actually care on the spot. The next step of my jolly spree was to finally deal with the two bastards that killed the Uchiha, and I knew that they were hiding in some secluded cave. It wasn't that secluded if there was literally a scary-looking shark entrance to it. It would be more of a landmark. A scary one, but still a landmark by all accounts. Kurama remained behind, mentioning that the humidity would upset his fur. Which made me question how he knew about humidity, but ultimately keep that question for later. I had two sharks to kill. The cave had numerous sections from the very entry point which offered the means to enter underwater tunnels connected to the sea. This was a nice spot to begin setting up some shark countering measure, starting by applying a little variation of the lightning armor. Instead of remaining constantly active, the armor would remain in a passive state which saw most of its chakra-borne electricity harmlessly coat my skin and clothes, leaving me particularly tense and nervous. A single slip in my control and that shit was going to give me a full body zap. Nothing deadly, but an unpleasant development nonetheless. This decision was born from a single predictable issue. Sneak attacks. The way I lost my eye forced me to be a little less picky on where to pick my fights. I was never going to fight water specialists while standing on bloody water. In fact, since I could now fight standing on some solid ground, I could effectively kick asses when necessary. And I got results as soon as I found my way into the main room where the two missing neens were preparing some bags. I saw some explosive papers and I could tell they were planning some serious sabotage meant for Uchiha. For a moment, I thought that I was still undetected, but that flimsy thought was shattered the same way the water lines on the side cracked as two sharks jumped towards me, ready to maul me on the spot, but stopped as the lightning armor turned to full effect. The summons were electrocuted, cleaning my path towards their summoners as they had noticed I was there. Would you look at that, sis? Danzo-chan is visiting us to play. I'm so sorry, Dan-chan, we're currently busy. Nah, big bro. I want to play with Dan-chan. He owes me a nice playdate. What I'm going to do with ya? The demented bastard bemoaned stupidly before looking at me with a smug look. By the way, Dan-chan, how's your eye? I stared dully at Hachiro, keeping quiet for a few seconds and then, smiling. Not a normal smile, but neither an insane one. It was a vicious one of my own. Itching and aching, how it should be considering what happened to it, I replied happily, stunning the two with that change of pace. Pray tell, how's your heart? The question stunned them even more, with Gura being the one to recover first. His heart dash. Too little, too late. She saw blur, the rush, but only silence, until the crackling of thunder exploded from within her brother's chest. Wind armor plus Raikiri, a deadly combination with an equally draining effect on my reserves. I wasn't playing around with these two. I lifted Hachiro as his dying corpse stared at me in shock. Samahata left his weak grip and fell on the ground. Why you dash? Scum, I judged angrily, pulling my arm away and letting what was left of the guy's heart splatter on the floor. He landed from that fall, but his legs lacked the strength to keep him standing up. He was soon collapsing backward to the floor, a single thud echoing through the cave as his last noise. Why you dash, a frightened Gura said, raising her stance as she held her trident tightly and ready to hit as soon as I got too close. The problem with that mindset was one of speed and reaction time. Something I had her beaten about in both cases. The wind armor was soon back on, and I slammed her away onto the nearby wall, forcing her to drop her weapon and for me to retrieve it and store for later occasions. Raikiri was too costly to use again to end the deed, so I decided to go on with a more hands-on approach. Soon, I rushed back at her, picked her off the ground in a stranglehold and then slammed her hard on the small spikes by the wall. She gasped in shock as a few of those stabbed onto her back and tail. I was about to press her more into it, but I noticed just in time as a shadow loomed over me. Samohata had managed to crawl up to me, its true form revealed as it tried to attack me, and it failed as I enabled the content of a scroll I took just for the occasion. The original purpose of this scroll was to fight off the dust released through a very odd but truthfully stronger means to erase reality. Not entirely, but a fraction, kind of like the hand in JoJo. By mixing two storage seals into a dysfunctional one, the result yielded a powerful black hole that didn't store but tore things from reality. Thus, the sword was instantly pulled inside as it was ground into pure nothingness. It whined, feeling its body being consumed by the void, but the pull was too strong and soon it was completely devoured by the greatest hunger possible, pure emptiness. Now, where was I right? I tightened the stranglehold I had Gura in, eliciting a pained yelp as I further pushed, and it was there that I saw something bizarre. Her red eyes, her red highlights, they were now a peaceful and frightened blue. Tears flowing out of fear and regret. What? So sorry, she begged, not for life, kill me. She begged for death. What? What are you blabbering about? Hachiro, he. That sword, it did things to me. Bullshit, how the fuck does that even work? Samohata isn't capable of controlling humans no matter how shark-like they look. It did, and please, kill me. I slammed her on the ground below, right into the pool of water beside me. She shrieked, but didn't react much more as she was suddenly pulled into the depths, blood pouring out of her injuries. I felt something unpleasant coursing within my chest as she confessed the truth. Something about what she just said sounded genuine, and I would let nature itself dictate if she lived or not. I had spilled enough blood for once. Especially since I had bombs to activate. I spared a look at the deceased Hachiro and delivered a strong fireball jutsu to carbonize the bastard. I didn't need to face any unneeded resurrections in the near future. The boat trip back to Uzushio was a mostly quiet one. Kurama stood by the edge of the wooden construct as he stared in pure delight as sections of Kiri suddenly exploded at my kai, activating other explosives held within the storage buildings and shredding a few more buildings than I had planned to destroy. Collateral damage, I numbly thought as I saw this as one of the rare war-related developments during a worldwide peacetime era. If Jinjutsu was going to have any fear about my possible return, this was going to cement me as Kiri's personal boogeyman anytime they tried to do anything cray-cray. That was a brilliant spectacle. But alas, not a satisfactory one for yourself. I didn't do it out of personal pleasure, Kurama. Sure, it makes me feel slightly better, but it's not a complete problem solver, I admitted. I might be happy they're dead, but this will not bring anyone that died back to us. At least you're not a pacifist fool. You know when violence is needed. We're not patient beings, we humans. We're equally violent and equally kind. Fair enough. My walk back to the hospital was equally quiet, with Kurama finally closing his eyes and falling asleep as I made my way toward that uncomfy bed waiting for me. It was roughly midnight, so I planned to get a few hours of sleep before facing the shock that the first Mizuki had died during the night and his successor didn't plan to crap on Uchiha anymore. There was a minor issue with the notion of finding some rest tonight. As I carefully pushed the hospital room's door open and stepped inside, I noticed that someone was looking right at me. Yoshiko was awake, sitting on the bed with a blank look on her face. Danzo. Where were you? Shit. Chapter 38, Bloody Shores. Yoshiko was quiet. She had a lot to think about after what I told her. We were both sitting by the bed, trying to cover ourselves from the uneasy cold temperature that tended to show up around morning time. The sheets were thin, but did the trick in preserving our heat. The redhead was still, her frame rigid and stiff as she pondered about the explanation I gave her. I didn't hold back. I could have lied, but decided against it. Why? I knew it would have been suicidal to lie to someone that could prove to be essential in helping my alibi. If Yoshiko was doubtful about any excuse I could provide, and anyone suspected my involvement in what happened in Kiri, she would become the prime source of information about that possibility. Even if I was asleep, I don't know it would be enough to further increase the chances of someone picking up that something was wrong. That I could have done something around the time where the Mizuki lost his life and several war-related buildings had been destroyed via detonations. Kurama rested at the edge of the bed, curled up and visibly uncaring about what had unfolded in recent hours, preferring to sleep and get the few hours of slumber that I took from him. Yoshiko's gaze briefly passed him, then twice it was clear she was trying to not drop too deep into the narration I had given her, trying to not get too taken by it. To not be inspired to be too harsh or too lenient. Because, while I might have been the one to act and commit that kind of deed, that didn't mean she was to be outright angry or glad that I did. One should consider the many factors that come when the impartial judge was affected by grievances and sorrow, as the act itself manifested not as an independent act of violence, but a reaction. And one that she could feel, from the way she was so horrified about, she would have committed to if given the chance. With no tears to shed, and only anger left behind after the sadness, Yoshiko had to feel relieved by a mental burden. At least just enough to not jump in action and try something stupid herself. And I could see it on her face, on the way she studied my reasoning and the resulting thoughts after the event deeply and intensively. But if she was this tense, what about me? I was still, but not stiff, not nervous. I was worried, I was tense, but not nervous. I didn't fear what the outcome of this could bear upon me. I could tell that the worst-case scenario was Hashirama chiding me no, prohibiting me from leaving the village and trying to get into my mind, or having someone to peer into it. A Yamanaka? I think the mind-reading clan had already started to work as consultants to the Hokage when it comes to mental issues. What would they find if not what I want them to show? Beyond all worries, I wasn't a loose cannon. I was only someone that understood a hard lesson that I hadn't learned in the war. Something that actually got rejected by my mindset back during the big conflict, as it was unimportant to me. Sometimes, you have to make a war to draw the best diplomatic solution, and you also need to draw a diplomatic solution to make the best war closure. My actions were driven by a personal vendetta, yes. I did so out of anger and outrage, but I don't regret the results of what it got. A war was prevented because I did a smaller one driven by me. I was the changing force that broke the knees of a belligerent village and prevented them from going back to war, to draw more blood on everyone's hands. The mere mention of that drew me out of that room and back into that battlefield I have learned to despise. I had blood in my hands by trying to keep others alive, to keep Kagami alive, and even as I desperately tried to do the same with the Uchiha. My bizarre shift out of reality, almost feverish in nature, concluded just as I felt the warm arms of someone coming from beside me. Like a bubble bursting out of air at a single finger poke, my mind was freed from that transparent cage and brought back into the present. Yoshiko had reached out, pulling me in quite the aggressive embrace and looking incredibly worried. You were shivering. Your face is still pale. I have PTSD. I sighed, trying to digest this notion and glancing at my still shivering hands. No blood, they were the cleanest possible. But sometimes, the taint of the past can't be scrubbed away with soap and water. I'm fine. Now. My voice came out clean, devoid of any hint of what had just happened. The redhead didn't seem to care for this response, at least for a while, as she remained still in that hug for some time before finally releasing me. What you told me. I think it's difficult to digest. That's because it is difficult. For anyone. Especially someone that was so involved in this whole mess. Yet I didn't say it. I didn't have the right to be condescending. Not now. Especially not now. I'm sorry. Yoshiko merely nodded at my words, taking a moment to draw her voice and commit to what her long thinking session had given her as a resolution. I think you did something bad. No, it was terrible, the girl commented bluntly, holding none of her own thoughts in that explanation. You could have endangered others. What if that stunt had led to a war? It didn't. It wouldn't have done that, I replied numbly, but that only emboldened Yoshiko to press more. What were the chances of that happening, Dankuen? I know you would have at least looked more into those before going, or did you just hope it would have worked your way? The quiet redhead asked. No, she demanded, and I couldn't help but feel dread at that. I didn't rush into action. I gave it many thoughts and studied the situation. Did you? I frowned at that question. Of course I did. I wasn't planning to go out without a plan and dash. My response stopped, but not because I wanted to. No, I was stopped in my response by a particularly strong and loud slap slamming onto my cheek. My eye widened as part of my face burned red at the impact. Did you? Yoshiko muttered angrily. Did you think of everything, I idiot? What is she talking about? I was baffled by the slap and the harsh tone, the shock preventing me from conjuring a reply to this without fearing another reaction like that one. What? What about the others? What about Auntie Mito? What about me? What about my father? What? We all are grieving. We all lost someone, but then you try to commit to this act for what? Why did you do this? You didn't do it to honor my father's passing. You're not that much stupid, Danzo. I know this much, but then you tell me that you thought of everything, Yoshiko argued furiously. You say that, and then you didn't think of what my father would think of this. Of what he would do to you if you took his memory and used it to do something like that. My eyes were still wide open, but the shock was turning into something else. Something so intense that it almost hurts to keep quiet about it. But I endured, all for the wrong reasons. He would have been angry. He would have yelled at you how wrong and stupid that was and dash. No. Yoshiko paused, her mouth still open as her incensed self melted into a confused expression. I had thought of it. I didn't do it in the name of your father, nor his honor or whatever you think I did it for. I didn't do it to feel better. I knew that wouldn't have been the case no matter how desperately I wanted it, I replied tensely, barely holding onto my anger as it threatened to pour out too ferociously on the surprised girl. I did it to make sure they knew that their actions had repercussions, and that the retribution wasn't going to give them a chance. Do you want to know what I found in Kiri, Yoshiko? I found large warehouses filled with military equipment. I found fishing boats refitted to be warboats, and I found people training for an invasion. These people were going to get to war with Uchiha one way or another, and their Kage was on it. I had the common sense within my own rage to know that diplomacy wasn't going to work in this case. These people hate us, they want us dead, and now they will accept the notion that threatening a nation, expecting to be the new bully of this whole world, isn't a role that can be achieved without obstacles. Not when I'm there to put them back in their places. Why you're not, you don't have that right. Neither you have the right to judge me of anything, and yet I allowed you to speak against my actions because you didn't have the chance to try those yourself, I shot back, putting her back in her place with an annoyed look. Let me put this through like this. I value your opinion as a judge of the overall situation. Instead of asking me, did you even consider what my father would think of this, or questions similar to this one, you jumped at the assumption I was doing it to feel better. I wasn't. I didn't do it because I wanted a pat on my shoulder and to feel good for myself. But you dash. I cared for your father and his memory well enough to know better for doing that. To be that kind of scum that just wants to feel selfishly good for making so many mistakes. So no, I don't accept this accusation. I had to stain my hands in blood red again because I didn't want to hold someone like you or others I care about as you were bleeding into an early death. I had a choice to either allow my peacefulness to cause a war, or for my own ruthlessness to stop it from happening. That's why I don't regret any of that, and that's why I don't care what label I will receive by the end of the day. I stood up from the bed. This time Yoshiko was actually moving to try and stop me. And no, wait. I didn't mean to dash. I'm going out fishing, I interrupted, giving her a brief glance before I turned my attention to the nearby window. I was angry but still capable of keeping civil. Regardless of that. If you want to tag along, be aware I'm not willing to talk. I need to cool off a little bit. Much to my surprise, and perhaps my own foolishness, Yoshiko did tag along and join me as I went to pick one of the nice and isolated sections of the docks where I had been told there were some fishes that I could have gotten. The girl stood right beside me as I calmly sat by the edge of the wooden extension of the pier, fishing rod borrowed by a stash that had been left abandoned nearby. I wasn't a good fisherman, but at least it was nice to keep watching on Yoshiko and not having her blurt out or do anything stupid for the time being. I just wanted to be at peace with myself, but I couldn't. Not until I was back in Konoha and could try to get this PTSD under check. At least the water gave me no reason to have panic attacks. Mito had seemingly recovered. Seemingly. The woman was once more smiling, albeit weakly, if not faking the gesture altogether to hide the pain and not force any negative emotion on her children. The twins were too young to know what had just happened, but they could perceive something bad had occurred from the way their smiling mama had gone somber and upset. A facade that the Lady Hokage was definitely going to last through the trip to get back to Konoha. With things stable at Uchiha, it was only natural for the woman and her children to make the trek back to their home. I decided to keep myself away from the passengers, keeping by the carriage's rider as I stood guard for any surprise bandit attack along the way. I was still tired from not having gotten a much-needed and deserved sleep, but at least I could feel my chakra reserves now full and ready to give me the edge if needed. Yoshiko had kept quiet about what happened a few hours ago. The news that there was now a second and more peaceful Mizuki, but also that part of Kiri was set on fire after some precise explosions caused by a professional saboteur. There was no doubt in my mind that Uzushio could have been considered responsible for it by many villages, but no one in the International Shogi Board of Diplomacy and Intrigue could actually back up such an assumption. Uzushio had strong people, but no one in there capable of pulling that kind of crazy feat. There were so many variables that just would dissuade any kind of wild accusation towards the island, and that left me worried that someone could have caught on to the fact a small group from Konoha was there, and that this very someone could point back to me. What really worried me about this loose line of thought was that I could tell that a certain masked figure was going to make something out of it. I wasn't sure what specifically that could be or when that would unfold, but considering how careful this guy is, I wasn't planning to let him get a free hit on me or others I care for. Training-wise, I was going to pump a lot into making sure I got my full sight back. Eye transplant was one of the oldest surgery practices in this world, mostly forwarded by people with dijitsus, or that wanted to steal dijitsus. The first thing I was going once the first day back home was dealt with was to get the operation going and my empty socket filled with new life. But for now I would have to keep my eye on the road and make sure that the current setting we were in wasn't going to collapse into something too dangerous. Bandits had gotten bolder in recent days, possibly because the news about Kiri's aggression reached their ears and gave them the bright idea of running more raids into the main roads between the small portland of fire that connected with Uzushio and Konoha. Sadly for them, I was around and making sure that they were dealt with as swiftly as possible and minimal risks. The carriage's driver was no longer tense after seeing me do the same thing over and over again. First it would be Kurama's input, the tailed beast resting on my lap. 3. Left side, upper trees. Then it would be the turn of the shurikens rushing on the precise spots where I had also detected the approaching attackers. The bandits, the best ones at least, had some personal chakra training, but nothing that gave them the edge on sudden counterattacks, such as small sharp weapons slamming into them. And finally, the loud thuds of corpses falling on the ground as the sudden projectiles had struck vital points such as eyes, foreheads, and throats. More dead bandits meant less trouble for the trade route in the future. The road was paved for us to go without any obstacle, and I could tell that the only thing left to worry about was our return to Konoha. I could tell there was going to be a lot to discuss in the report writing part of this mission, but I felt like I could do it without any major concerns. The mission had gone as successfully as it should have been, with Lady Mito and her children safe and sound through the whole journey back and forth between Konoha and Uzushio. As much as the Uzuki's death warranted some importance, his passing wasn't an element that the report had any reasons to deal with. It was tragic, but not part of the mission itself. The gates of the village were soon in sight, and then, a few minutes later, we were entering inside Konoha's safe walls and making our way to the Hokage Manor. The arrival was greeted with mixed reactions from the villagers, a somber parade where no one spoke as the carriage made its way to its destination. Hashirama was quick to draw his family in a hug, and it was there, as he moved to embrace his wife, where Mito actually cracked, her eyes pressed on his shoulder as a quiet sob echoed numbly around them. The Hokage showed genuine sorrow, keeping her wife tightly to him while Tobirama took care of bringing the children back to their room so the couple could be left alone. I didn't linger for too long, deciding to walk with Yoshiko back to my house so we could get our own moment of quiet and not disturb the two adults. Do you think that? Auntie Mito will recover from this? The orphaned Uzumaki inquired numbly, gaining my attention. From Papa's death? I didn't look at Yoshiko, but I could tell she was staring at her feet as she walked, away from me, away from the rest of the world but the ground. She has a husband. Hashirama had his fair share of losses to cope with. She will persist and survive it, I muttered quietly. Plus, I can tell she already experienced this before. It's not easy, but she will overcome it. The girl hummed, keeping quiet as we kept on walking through the road back home. I expected this to be the end of the conversation due to her current mood, but I was proven wrong when she spoke up once more, this time shifting this discussion in a more uneasy route. Do you think I can make it? Forget about the pain? I finally looked at Yoshiko and gave her an honest response. You will make it, but you will not forget the pain, I replied calmly. Nobody forgets the pain. But, then how are we meant to go forth if this keeps on being there, in us? We just let that very pain become a drive to go beyond this point. It's an event, a life-changing one, but not one that should stop me, Mito, or even you in what your life is now and what it will be in the future. I see. The redhead muttered weakly, sparing me a tense look. And are you going to be there for me? I frowned at this question. Why shouldn't I? Her lips twitched in discomfort and it took a while for her to answer that. Aren't you angry at me? For what I said a while ago. I'm not. I was annoyed at the fact you allowed your own anger to drive in some assumptions without thinking about it, but not angry, I answered truthfully, taking a moment to look back at my own reaction. And I wasn't that cool-minded back there myself. Oh! I guess you're right. I am not very good with emotions since what happened with Dad. I slowly nodded. I noticed that. And I lashed out stupidly at some aspects of what you did, but overall, I still think what you did was terrible. Even for you. Which is a fair point. Up to that bit I wholeheartedly agreed to what you were saying. But? Yoshiko pressed, feeling like there was something I wasn't saying. But I see no issue with it. In fact, I didn't do what I did just because it felt right, but because it had to be done, I admitted with a slow nod. It was a matter of sacrificing part of my own morality for the sake of keeping people alive. You have yet to tell me what were the chances of that plan ending up in a war despite your efforts. I actually hadn't answered that. Oh, I actually hadn't thought of that. My surprised look left a bizarre frown on the redhead's face. Low, I would say. Stupidly low even, I reasoned with a thoughtful glance aimed forward. After all, I had crippled their weapon depots. Wait, you planted the bombs on only their warehouses. You didn't plan to kill any civilians, right? Yoshiko quickly asked, perhaps having misheard this bit and actually believing I had purposely murdered those people. The civilians were killed by collateral damage. I placed just enough explosives to destroy the buildings, but I had forgotten that there were explosives inside already and that caused the fire to propagate, I elaborated without hesitation. I didn't exactly have it against curious people, only the bastards behind their idiotic mindsets. Oh! I nodded calmly. I had no plans to kill innocent people. It just happened. Soon the conversation was terminated, leaving no space for any continuation as we finally arrived at our destination. Yoshiko was the first one to walk through the gates of the compound and she stopped to wave at someone standing by the entrance. Hiruzen-kun, Hirutada-kun, Kagami-kun, and Raira-chan. The quartet was there, standing by the entrance and instantly swarming me. I would later learn that they had received news I was back via some of the border guards, giving them the time to plan this unexpected ambush. What ensued was a mess of a greeting/conversation/interrogation as the trio barraged me with questions about the situation in Uchiha, how the place looked like, and what happened to my now missing eye, as I still had my bandages covering that side of my head. I managed to swerve off the multitude of queries with a "I will explain once inside," barely calming off their curiosity and worries, and things only got worse when I got inside. Because one thing I hadn't taken into account was that Mom didn't know I lost my eye in combat. And she had been cleaning a fairly old plate when I entered the living room, where I heard her voice returning our greetings. Madara was there, seemingly waiting by the table with a hungry Hanzo, with both man and child sparing me long looks about the prominent issue with my current appearance, but keeping quiet as they could already imagine the disaster that was soon to happen. Mom hummed, turning around as a welcome back pended by her lips as her gaze rushed right towards me, and the woman froze in a stiff posture at my current injury. She had been cleaning some plates which, as expected, were quick to meet a horrible demise of falling on the ground and exploding into pieces. The woman was quick to rush to me, crouching down and looking straight at my face with a shaken look. "Why your eye dash?" She didn't talk any further. I just didn't allow her to, as I pulled her in a tight hug before giving her a quick but calm whisper. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm fine." Much to my chagrin, that did nothing to stop her tears, but at least calmed her from panicking any further as she held me close in that embrace. Once that emotional scene was over, I said that I would get a transplant and be done with it, and that the one that caused this injury had been dealt with for good. The rest of the group wanted to know how it happened, specifically Madara, as he was slightly unnerved that I got caught in some ambush, but he seemed to mellow over the notion that I had been caught in a couple of distraction and struck with a swift strike that should have actually torn more than just my eye had I not tried to move out of the way. The next 2-3 hours were spent explaining the situation without bringing up what I did to return the favor to the ones behind that kind of ambush, leaving a couple of holes in my story that I was glad no one hadn't pressed to know more about. Instead, I rejoiced at the notion of being back home, away from trouble, and given the chance to resume my training. But what I hadn't taken into account was that a certain Uchiha now had a reason to give me some early birthday present the moment I needed that transplant. Chapter 39, Bloody Shores. The surgery was successful. The medics employed to the circumstance were among those I had the chance to meet during the war, and I could rely on them when it comes to something so incredibly difficult. In fact, while it was true that this kind of surgery had been going for years, if not decades, the previous instances would always see some awkward chances of death. From lack of sterilization to a general disregard of knowledge of how eyes are meant to be placed within eye sockets, the past attempts were always regarded as risky and not worth the chance of dying when it came to get some cool special eye out of it. Still, I wasn't exactly planning to get one. I thought I was getting a normal one from those that died and had left around eyes and other specific organs that could be used for transplants, and yes, ever since I gave a kick in the right direction, general medicine picked up to an unnatural pace. Then again, chakra allowed for some risky and yet quick steps to achieve something normal doctors would require more time to achieve. Still, imagine my surprise when I got a second news about the process. I couldn't use my eye, and I would have to cover it for some time as I went through a few periodical visits to get it checked out. I was confused by this diagnosis considering that the operation had been a complete success. And when I pressed one of the nurses about it, she slipped and mentioned the truth. I had a suspicion, one tied to why I felt like something was draining on my reserves when I had nothing on myself, no seals or any active jutsu, pulling energy off my body, and I was pissed. For multiple reasons. Madara didn't look ready for the punch I slammed into his guts. In fact, he took it with a relaxed stomach as I came out of the surgery room with some bandage still around my head. Mother was surprised, so were the others that tagged along for the occasion. I think it came as a bit of a surprise when Hashirama himself stopped me from going for another hit at the stunned Uchiha clan leader. I believe that's enough, Danzo, the Hokage tried to appease, but my glare told him I was far from satisfied. That's but just the beginning, Hokage-sama. My posture slightly eased when Mom grasped one of my arms and gave me a confused look. What's wrong? You look so upset. I glanced at Madara, my lone eye narrowing at him. Did you check on what is an incompatible transplant and why a doctor normally refuses to go through that kind of process? There was a hint of silence, and his confusion turned into unease. I don't understand. What are you dash? When a man has to receive an organ transplant and he ends up receiving a kind of organ that isn't compatible with his body starts to reject it, I interrupted, giving a curt explanation about it before shifting my attention to my case. A Sharingan rejects a non-Uchiha user and can't be turned off. Once it's connected to chakra, it activates and can't be turned off no matter what. That's... Hashirama muttered, pausing a moment when he noticed Hirutada using his Byakugan on me. The Hyuga heir studied my body, a pensive look on his face as he slowly nodded. It's draining constantly on his reserves. It became apparent what the real issue was. Most of the adults, those that had training in what this entailed, knew very well the full extent. And that's without using it to the fullest. Let's just say that this is a Sharingan in its passive state. No extra burden beyond being just active, I added with a serious tone. A fully active Sharingan, one that has to constantly work its way to grasp everything on sight, will put a bigger burden on my reserves, draining those faster. Much faster. Madara looked absolutely mortified. Embarrassed didn't fit well with the situation, with his regret not being about the action, but what happened because of it. It was the very element that made the difference between the two, and I could tell another thing. He wouldn't accept any other direct confrontation in this instance. Not now, not with so many others around. He would need a specific circumstance, one where he wouldn't revert to his version of the Uchiha's trademark annoyance. I needed to be alone with him. And not with others. Even though I was pissed at him, I needed answers. I needed a quid pro quo about this. We're going for a walk. No further word was granted, and soon the group could only stare as I was literally dragging a really reluctant Madara Uchiha out of the hospital and into the streets. He didn't look ready for any conversations, and while there were a few that wanted to follow, my mother commented on it before we left. It's best that they talk about it alone. It was the ultimate obstacle for any intrusion, but I could tell many were going to ask what was being discussed between us. I was no more on about it, but for now I needed to get this issue sorted out at once before it established a precedent on special gifts or, worse, a precedent on holding back things and being extra cautious for Madara when he was around me. There was no word exchanged during this situation, with Madara having all the reasons to keep quiet for the current issue he had caused. His gaze would still study me and my current mood. I was angry, but he could tell that there was more to it rather than simple and pure fury. I was too calm about it, but not in a way that would normally suggest a really high level of irritation. I was frustrated by the decision, but not outright enraged by it. I am not angry at you. I am angry at this ill-planned decision you took. I didn't want to hurt you. That actually almost had me tripping on myself. It was the closest thing to a genuine apology I could have imagined coming from someone like Madara. It's been a while, I guess, and I could see that he really had put the biggest attempt at selling the whole "I want to be your dad, and I want to support you, so here's a Sharingan and be happy about it." I scoffed. I know that. That's not the main issue here, Sensei, I argued with a frustrated tone. What really ticks me off is the fact that you could have avoided causing this issue yourself by listening to why the doctors didn't want to do this. There was more silence, and there was more awkwardness. This time, I jumped to resume the conversation. And I kind of appreciate the thought. It was not a bad idea if there hadn't been ramifications to it, I argued. But still, you could have told me about it. I'm sorry. And now I stopped. It was just the two of us and nobody around to eavesdrop on our talk, so there was going to be no issue in having this kind of conversation here. I was completely shocked by those words. Madara wasn't sorry, he never was. For him to react this way, it just felt so odd. So unpleasant for me to hear him behave like this. I really had this image of Madara that, beyond all odds and influences, he was still a tough guy through and through. To have him behave like this, for this, it just felt so stunning. And quite suspicious. Why are you sorry? I pressed, feeling like there was something more than just whoops. I gave you a special eye I did not know could cripple you like this. My bad. It's... He frowned, his gaze looking elsewhere. I was too distracted by the gift and didn't think it would have caused a severe issue. My eye narrowed at that. One thing was the same about Madara's behavior. He sucked at lying when under pressure. I'm not going to press you on this, but be truthful. I can tell it wasn't distraction that got you to pick that decision. He gave me a blank look, trying to not show any signs of his mask slipping away, but I persisted. And he conceded with how things were turning unwell for him. I was eager to see you obtain a Sharingan and make it more like I was your son. He opened his lips at that quick accusation, but I spoke up before he could. I understand your point, and I see nothing wrong with it, I pointed out tensely, knowing that his logic wasn't wrong if one thought of this from his perspective. Madara was planning to marry my mother, thus, in a way, legitimizing me as a possible heir. That was definitely going to cause some ruckus with the elders, but the real issue was with the rest of the clan accepting a possible usurper and causing plots about it. With me obtaining a Sharingan after such a coincidental situation, I gained a better foothold once that event unfolded. And that's why, in a way, he was eager for it. Less trouble for him, but also less trouble for us. It was selfish and selfless, both being in their respective moderate form. You, Dawn? As I said, I see no reason to be angry at you, or the motivation, but the execution. It's like you went through a mission, but you felt compelled to somehow mess it up. One can praise a mindset and a thought as to why that end that way, but there is still to consider the implication behind this ill planning. I suppose you are not planning to pull a stunt like that again, at least not without discussing it with me first if it's about me. I will bring it up if it's about you. I nodded in relief. Then that is enough. I can be annoyed as much as I want, but things happen, and next time I will just castrate you. So, no playing with gifts that could mess up with my life ever again, okay? Now Madara had a reason to be worried about plotting something as stupid as that, but he still looked so relieved about the lack of something harsher or tougher. I could do that, I had the reasons and the justifications to do that, but I held back because I had something else to fear about. I was still screwed in the long run despite solving this possible long-term external issue. I had a Sharingan that was going to keep draining on my chakra for a very long time. There was a chance for it to adapt to my body, but not to the point of completely lessening the drain or even doing it so before about a decade or so had gone by. I thought about what the original Danzo did to solve this, using Hashirama's blood, but I knew how this wasn't exactly a proper solution. It weakened the effects of drain to the point it wouldn't be deadly. It was a stabilizer, not a full fixer. And even then, I would need a head replacement to handle the Sharingan, not just some Senju blood in my veins. More thinking, more brainstorming. Madara was looking around as I was thinking about it, and then I remembered something. Something that was tied straight to our conversation. Happiness, or rather its opposite, hatred. The Uchiha developed the Sharingan from Hagoromo, then through Indra, and it was all tied not just by their blood. Their blood wasn't unimportant to the Sharingan itself. If it was a case of blood, then the Sharingan's effect would be more devastating on non-Uchihas having the special eye transplanted in them. It was chakra, but not normal chakra present in certain families. It was. I frowned, feeling like I finally got the solution to this problem for good. What if I worked around and used a loophole born from my knowledge of canon stuff and what I knew about medical and seal-related affairs? Can you please activate your Sharingan and crouch a little? I asked, and my request surprised the Uchiha clan leader as it felt out of nowhere. The Uchiha turned at me, sparing me a long look, but he then complied as I was soon able to spare a look at his face. He looked nervous, but I didn't care. I needed this question answered for good, as I could tell it was going to fix this problem for good and maybe some more. I carefully unveiled my bandages, and I caught him trying to get me to not reveal the eye just yet. The doctors were clear, I shouldn't be doing this until I had fully Rico. But I had to, as I could tell that I just have the answer to this big problem. Stop! My voice sharply stopped him in that position, his nervousness still there to increase within his mind as I finally revealed my Sharingan. 3 tomo, Madara would tell me, a fully matured one, but I didn't care on the spot. I was feeling the draining effects triple instantly at the effort, but still providing me the chance of seeing what I wanted to see. I remember once reading that a Sharingan user would see things through redder lenses, and it sure gave me a bit of a fright when I opened my newly activated right eye to see a red lens applied to that side of my sight. Very distracting. Still, while it was no Byakugan, the Sharingan could see some specific chakra patterns that were unusual compared to others. Specifically, the chakra that was used to activate it. I could still remember the specific explanation behind it. It was partly correct to say that hatred, pain, anger, and all that angsty set of feelings tended to activate the Sharingan, but the situation was a bit more biological than magical. It was like when someone felt sad to the point of crying. An emotion that triggered a physical development, in this case the negative emotion activating a specific gland behind the Uchiha's eyes to release a special kind of chakra and allow the Sharingan to be activated and deactivated. I just needed to understand how the process unfolded, the specific type of chakra, and then try to replicate the effect in an artificial way. But before I knew it, as that realization hit my brain, I felt my legs growing wobbly and forcing Madara to move quickly and grasp my arms before I could fall on the ground. I instantly put a hand over my Sharingan and I was presented with a very annoyed look from the Uchiha clan leader. He looked rather worried. Fatherly even. Why did you do that? I blinked in surprise at that question, but I smiled at his irritation. I think I have a plan. His eyes narrowed. What? The Sharingan. I have a plan to make it work. Explain. I couldn't exactly go through the fact that I had external knowledge of the special eye without having to explain how I got that when not even the Uchiha had anything about it, so I relied on a different route to explain it. As he started to carry me back to the hospital and to the others, my legs being a bit too frail at the moment due to the drain I put myself through, I started to explain my deduction by excluding a blood-related connection as to why a non-Uchiha couldn't use the Sharingan and why the Uchiha could, and from there I gave my theory about it being tied to a biological reaction triggered by a specific emotion. He looked surprised at my words, listening raptly and having the look that just promised to further dig into this the moment he had the chance to. It was the Sharingan, of course a Uchiha, or rather the Uchiha clan leader, would want to know more about it. But now I had a new hurdle to overcome to finally regain my full eyesight and be allowed to not have to live a Kakashi's Cyclops-like life for the rest of my existence. A challenge, and hopefully one I could handle without losing more brain cells than I need to. After getting myself checked back with some doctors, I was finally allowed to leave and get back home. Obviously Mom was quick to inquire about what I talked with Madara, but I mentioned that I didn't beat him that much and that there was nothing truly bad about it. It wasn't one of those speeches that was all violence and no diplomacy. And I added that it was all verbal, and her posture eased as I told her there was no time for a fight in the middle of the street. She was still uneasy at the notion that I could have also died due to the surgery due to the Sharingan. Another thing I might have forgotten to tell Madara, willingly so, was that there had been a 30% chance I could have died if the eye had fully rejected me. So yeah, that was something nasty to forget about as I focused on the present. And how to not die now that I survived that fun gamble. After enjoying a lovely lunch with the rest of the family, I proceeded to leave home to get to a comfy spot to go through my ambitious and most secret project. The cliff I picked was near the top of the mountain where Kurama rested, but just below for me to not disturb the fox or any of his servants bringing him food. Sarutobi tagged along, the cat feeling a bit bored after being ignored for a while, and adding her own thoughts on my ambitious plans. That sounds quite interesting, but also stupid. Danzo, I thought you had grown up. The jab was met with a sigh. Sometimes you need to retain madness to achieve greatness, Mana-chan. Now, how did things go while I was away? Boring. I heard you lost an eye. Temporarily, I rebuked calmly, getting a snort out of her. Possibly, but I don't see you using that pretty eye you got. Too drainy? You're really that pissed I didn't take you along? My logical self wants me to say no, but considering our friendship you will have to scratch my belly enough to make up for the missing affectionate touch. I huffed. Heard Mom gave you better ones, and she told me you were loving them more than the ones I gave you. You're awful at this. Just go back with your sketching. I want to see the first failure of this project. It wasn't like I was going to test this on myself. The main project revolved around the creation of a seal which was meant to simulate the sac that was going to contain the special chakra to activate and or deactivate my Chichi. So, I was first going to test it through other materials, and things that should stimulate the same process without having to murder a man or an animal in the process. After a while of going through these affairs, my little plan to keep myself entertained with Madara begging for my attention suffered a tremendous loss. The cat fell asleep, and I was left on my own. I needed to have people to talk to have someone to vent off when needed. I took a break, I lied on the ground, and I used a shadow clone. This was it. The best way to handle PTSD. I didn't plan to get through in a single day, nor a week or even a month. Maybe a year if the stars are generous, maybe 2 if I have to start to think about the best optimistic view of it. Why was a clone better to talk to? It wasn't. No, what I wanted the clone to do was something I couldn't do because, psychologically, I can't handle it. I wanted it to speak the truth and only the truth. And as Madara snored quietly, I silently listened to the clone speak and follow through with my order. At a certain point, it also started to bawl his eye out. I was close to dismissing it at that point, feeling upset by the topic he was bringing, but the way those were influencing me, but I held out. I managed to last through a whole hour before I called this first session off. It was intense, but I felt I went through the first step of many to recover. To solve a problem, you first need to recognize it exists and need to know how extensive the issue really is. I remained alone for 10 more minutes, just long enough for the upset to cease and for me to feel inspired to resume my project. I wanted to still talk with someone, but Madara was still sleeping. I wasn't sure why she was pulling that move, but I knew I couldn't remain quiet for long. I decided to summon Kiera and see how she was doing. It's been a full day since I've last seen her and she was holding the whole situation well. Worried, concerned, but overall pampered by a very unprepared Callie when it comes to handling emotional situations. I wasn't expecting anything shocking or to be really uneasy about it. But as I summoned Kiera, I felt an extra drain to it. Generally that happened when Callie tagged along, so I thought little of it and someone fell onto me. Which was odd since Kiera tended to appear in front of me, within the middle of the seal, and it wasn't her. In fact, the now humanized Phoenix gasped as she realized what kind of mess I had fallen into. First thing first, it was another girl. Her hair color, her dresses, and her frustrated red eyes. See, Callie? That's me, but did you have to summon us out of the blue? The Grim Reaper in training rebuked, pretty much trying to cover up for the fact that she was no longer the tall skeleton girl that I was accustomed to. Now, she was a pretty girl with pale pink hair and a bit of a temper. New look? She blinked, seemingly caught unaware of the fact I hadn't seen her like that. Surprisingly enough, she flushed red at that kind of comment and she nodded, trying to appear as proper to be Kiera's friend Dash. She is so cute when she is so flustered. The girl perked up and joined the conversation as she was finally yanked into it, but still, I think the real issue here is. A moment of silence, then she sniffled hard and rushed into me to pull me in one of the tightest hugs I was ever subjected to. Blah! It was enhanced for comedic purposes, either that or Kiera just unleashed a new power that allowed her to fully drench a large body part in tears alone. My whole left shoulder and half arm got stained in salty liquid due to it. Nonetheless, the comedy was also painful on my side due to how strong the small-looking burb really was. Kikiera, my ribs dash. Ah! Sorry. She jumped in panic, releasing me but still crying a storm. You are alright, right? You still bandages over your head, so does that mean that dash? I'm fine. The Orangette froze up at that curt response, stunned by the goodness of the news and deciding to pull me once more in a hug. I'm so glad. I grasped for air, causing Callie to sigh. Kiera, you're choking him again. Another gasp and another I am sorry later, and I found myself having these two as company while I handled that kind of task. I brought up the surgery and how risky that was, further worrying Kiera, but giving her relief in saying that I was planning for a permanent solution to prevent any other risks about this new eye. Mid-discussion, Madara woke up and took notice of Callie. It was the first time the two met, and while the Nibby could perceive the deadliness of the Pinkette's power, she still convinced the socially inexperienced Reaper to give her some chin-scratching. And it was there that the full power of cat-carrying took over a fierce servant of death. Jokes aside, it was during this conversation that something else came up to my attention. Something that really worried me the very moment that Callie brought it up due to the limitations I had been aware about up until that moment. By the way, Danzo, there is actually something that I have to warn you about. I stopped my sketching to look at the reapparet. I was quite aware that Death would never allow any of his underlings to warn anyone without a legitimate reason and, from the way Callie's face was now sporting some serious unease, I could tell it was far from a fun topic. What about? There is going to be something coming your way. Something that is turning your line of the future quite unstable and unpredictable. We have tried to discern what it was but it is something that we have never faced before, the girl explained with a serious tone. Sensei ordered me to tell you this much as he thinks that you will have to act on it yourself to unravel it. I was baffled by what I was just listening to. Why would Death want me to handle something like that? Why would I be better equipped for something that worries the Shinigami? I don't know. This was so frustrating. I just came back from something intense and now I just get told that I might have to face something unexpected even by the Shinigami's standards? I huffed, providing a tired look to Callie. Can I at least have a time range when this is going to happen? Callie glanced at the ground, a pensive look plastered on her face, and she nodded. A year, maybe a few months in two, but it's going to unfold in a way that is not expected. That doesn't help, I argued with a scoff, and she snarled. Well, I don't get to choose what we know. Not when it's pretty much unknown. No bickering. Kiera chimed in, suddenly appearing between us and pulling us both in a hug. If you behave like this, then you will have to share the bed tonight. What kind of logic is that? What are you talking about? I frowned, and I was even more confused when Callie looked fine with it. Would it be clothed this time around, or like the usual? There was a moment of quiet, with Madara suddenly giggling pervertedly at what she just listened to in. I couldn't blame her. I was shaken by this revelation, and I was even more floored as I saw these two girls had yet to realize what this entailed in the great scheme of things, of decency and intimacy. See clothed? The usual? You mean to tell me that you two slept without dash? I stopped, my wide-eyed expression turning elsewhere as I considered that insanity. You know what? No, I will not ask. Why not? What were you trying to say? I sighed. I hope for mercy from Kami-chama and I knew what I had to do. I stopped the two from plotting something stupid. I brought everyone back home and I approached my mother with a single request. One that left her perplexed, but would soon grant her a degree of amusement as she realized what it was all about. Mom, I know this sounds suspicious. Please tell them why what they think is all right is quite wrong on a moral level. I can't do this. You are more experienced than I am in this matter. No further words granted, and as I left I picked up Hanzo and left with him as I left the two confused friends to handle that kind of talk. There was a lot of giggling from Mother, many "oh, I got it" from an intrigued Kiara, and many shook guhs from Callie as she realized what kind of mess she got herself stuck with. There was no bed sharing that night, but I would soon learn that Kiara had plans about it as she understood what it meant and how to get that closeness to happen. Sleeping together, that is, nothing more. And as I focused on getting my eye problem fixed and dealing with Kiara's newfound interest to accomplish the brilliant three friends in a bed plan, 2 new issues would start to appear within the village in the next 2 months. One aiming to study me, another planning to get some revenge on me for petty reasons. Of a pickle right now since it's clear you're behind this. He scoffed, the silver-haired jerk looking at his fellow teacher. What's going on? Did you give Naruko the task to steal the Forbidden Scroll? I was quite confident he would have tried to get in a comfier position. He was outnumbered. And then, reality reminded me that in this era, many morons exist. Yes, he hummed in amusement, his mood swinging into a sadistic one. Oh yes, why wouldn't I? Why not put the monster in her place by setting her for this crime? This village it has allowed the little demoness to live for far too long and ruin our supremacy. Demoness? Oh yes, didn't you know? Irika, I thought you would have told her at some point. That you would have cared about her to the point of telling her why they all hate her. Blue Eyes asked a question the brunette looked unwilling to answer. Sensei, what is he talking about? Why, of course, the QB. You were used as a sacrifice to seal the beast inside you, and now, you are it. The QB? Naruko parroted in shock and... Yeah, I already knew it. I could still remember the canon timeline, but I couldn't just blurt it out. I wanted that bit of important information out and appeared surprised by it. Oh? You mean Kurama? That's not that bad. I mean, being a container isn't exactly being it but dash. Naruko instantly looked at me, same for Irika. What? You. Did you just mention the QB as a non-threatening entity? The brown-haired teacher asked. I frowned. Yeah. But I suppose that can wait since we have a bit of an issue here. Mizuki cackled, thinking he had won that confrontation already. He had made his homework, the brat was too stupid and weak to handle him, while Irika was too sloppy after years of going rusty. In his own confidence and arrogance, the new factor that entered the field wouldn't matter much. That was what he believed. He knew he had won and was on his way to give the Forbidden Scroll to Orochimaru to get his reward end. And then he felt his head go light, his eyes closing in a mixture of pain and stress as the silent crackling of lighting flashed into him, cutting cleanly into his side and pumping some electricity into his body, stunning him into a quick unconscious state. My controlled Raikiri was still top-notch, constant training keeping my senses sharp, my speed high and my control as excellent as I had wanted. Still, there was a tense silence as the scene ended, with Irika staring at me with shock due to my incredibly fast move while Naruko was so cool. Oh dear, this is going to be one of those wild days, isn't it? Chapter 40, Omake 7, Mirai Arc. Naruko Uzumaki, 12, was confused at what she was looking at. One moment, she was trying out the super cool jutsus that had been written on the Forbidden Scroll, having tested and got through the Shadow Clone with ease. The next one, she was waving away the smoke that she had caused. It all started when he noticed the odd summon technique, one that spoke of hero and teacher, both terms quickly gaining her interest as she could tell it would definitely help her in the long run. Reading no further than the instructions to get the seal to work, the girl failed to realize that what he was doing was far more absurd than anyone could imagine. A bit of blood, some chakra being poured onto the paper, and blam. I was here. Yes, me. If someone forgot, I'm still Danzo and I'm still the lovely murder brat from old Konoha. Now, there's much to say about this reconstruction of events, especially when I was well aware that I wasn't meant to be there, and I was incredibly confused when I opened my eyes in a somewhat familiar and wrong scene. Oh, and I was jumpy. I mean, who wouldn't be with my upbringing? A certain blonde knucklehead yelped in surprise when I reached for a kunai and almost shoved it on her skull. Panic, blue eyes widening in shock at the reaction, and me frowning at the little Uzumaki I was looking at. Truth be told, I was quite stunned by the fact that this Naruko, this female counterpart to the loudmouthed orange-wearing peace-loving sunshine boy, had an absurdly similar appearance to Yoshiko. Of course, with blonde hair and blue eyes. What is wrong with you? She shrieked in immediate anger, further proving my point that these two were really related by blood. Actually, who are you? And where is the super badass sensei the scroll promised? What the hell are you even talking about? I remarked with equal irritation. You know, summoning me out of the blue, behaving rudely, and then expecting me to not react to being too close to an unfamiliar kunoichi? Her anger remained, but a hint of surprise flashed through her cerulean orbs. You are him? If this seal is centered around a specific task, and said seal is written correctly, then yes, its function has been fulfilled, I answered fiercely, still staring at her. How about you introduce yourself instead of gawking like that? And her temper was, well, short. Just like expected. Excuse you. You are the summoner. You are the one that unceremoniously and unwarrantedly pulled me out of my existence. Who are you, girl? I pressed, adding some of my seriousness to it as this was getting annoying. It was best to get the introductions dealt with before the big event happened. I knew what was soon going to happen, and I didn't need to create any suspicious situation for myself. Not too much, at least. Naruko. I'm Uzumaki Naruko, future Hokage. I nodded. Shimura Danzo. And? The blonde asked, expecting more than that. What else? Retired war officer, Madara's apprentice, sole owner of the Phoenix summoning contract? Are those important? Considering that I was stuck in the first big war for Konoha, I trained under one of the founders and kind of have a cool summoning contract, yeah. I believe so, I argued flatly, and she gave me the tough lip again. Prick. Dumbass, I rebuked while frowning at her at the insult. Before the blonde could say more about it, we heard someone shift by the tree's branches. Naruko? A masculine voice, it had to be Irika. Irika-sensei? Yep. The scarred shinobi was quick to approach, only tensing up when he spotted me. Identify yourself. Shimura Danzo, I was summoned by this girl. I suppose I was shifted a few decades into the future. What? You are from the past? I deadpanned at her exclamation. I mean, I just said that I was a student under one of the founders and, also, Irika-san. Right? Yes? The young man said, still appearing skeptical about my background. What is exactly going on? I got summoned without much of an explanation beyond seeing that this is a forest, that this blonde Uzumaki is the summoner, and that scroll. I can see a few awkward seals there. Why is it here by the village's outskirts? Well, Mizuki-sensei told me this was a new test he gave me to become a genin and dash. Is it regular or even unofficially accepted? I interrupted, my question aimed at the teacher as the man frowned. No. Mizuki, he was the one that told you about this? Yes, but what's wrong with that? That's actually not a valid test. Considering all the instances we just talked about? I will go for a solid no. And just as she asked that, someone else came by, this one keeping by the upper branches. Irika, you found her an enemy nin? I bear the Konoha forehead protector, you utter moron, I rebuked sternly, and the man snarled. Speak to your seniors with respect. I suppose you're Mizuki. I bet you were in a bit. Chapter 41, Omake 8, Fishing Bonding. Madara was a methodical man. If he wants to feel truly victorious and devoid of any paranoia, he needs to make sure all sorts of obstacles to his goals are dealt with one way or another. While facing Danzo was going to take much more than a few chats, there was something that he could already work with. And that was convincing the other members of the Shimura family to be with him in his plans. Differently from his older sibling, Hanzo was a different kind of kid. He was still into becoming a shinobi and being a proud warrior himself, but he wasn't as eager and pushy as his brother. It was possible it was due to Danzo's own cautionary words influencing his approach to it, and his childhood making him a very paranoid child. Madara expected to find a troubling opponent to face, but Hanzo proved to be difficult for other reasons. He didn't speak much, but with a few others, and he behaved quite tense around those he wasn't that familiar with. Conversations weren't that meaningful. Those lacked substance and the chances to gain more info on some aspects about the woman he was currently courting. So, he decided to study the matter and try to get something positive out of it. And it all culminated in a single discovery: Hanzo's main hobby beyond training was fishing. The mere thought of it left the Uchiha in a brief state of unease. Not like he hated the activity, but he always saw it more like a necessary thing than something to make a hobby out of it. The Uchiha clan head saw no reason to strongly oppose this, but he felt quite sour at the notion of having to deal with it to get some support out of the young boy. Hanzo was still skeptical about his offer, but he accepted it nonetheless. The child, in Miniko's mind, wanted to have someone that could keep him company while he was fishing. He just didn't want to tell anyone or try to get anyone to do that. So, by the woman's own explanation, the offer had to have stunned him in a positive way. But Madara wasn't sure if that was really good for him. And at first, the annoyance aimed at the hobby was met with true consolidation via the silence and the need for patience this activity required. Both of which, the man, couldn't spare at the moment. It was ironic how the only way he could find to get the boy to speak was through a hobby that required the opposite of talking. Very upsetting, but Madara had endured much worse than this. The pond picked for the occasion was limpid and clear from anything that would prevent a proper look of what kind of fishes were swimming in the water. There were a few common ones, a few rare ones, all of which could be caught and used as kitchen's ingredients for delicious meals. The two sat by the edges, with Hanzo being the only one with a bucket, a fishing rod Danzo had built for him, and some worms to use as bait. Once the preparation was over, it was time for the real action time, which was sitting and waiting for a fish to get caught. Far from amusing and entertaining, he needed to make some conversation. "So, what intrigues you about fishing?" Silence answered him, but Hanzo tensed just briefly to make it clear he had caught his question, and he replied to it a little bit later. "It's quiet." Quiet? It was an unusual answer coming from a child, but Hanzo explained what he was referring to. "Before the war, there were times where to survive I would have to fish on my own," the child elaborated. "The rain always made the activity difficult, both because it caused the fishes to hide in the depths of the ponds and because I couldn't hear if any animal got too close to where I was." Madara nodded, digesting the words and thinking about the rain himself. Rain would make the whole situation worse. That, and the Uchiha hated the rain himself for his own reasons. Many times the weather would get dark when it was time for a funeral. He remembered how his older siblings would say it was the sky crying for the loss of their clans. Hashirama then argued that the sky cried for everyone's dying. At times it was intense, at times it was calm and manageable. Yet the rain still created distraction in battle. The kind of distraction which could easily kill one. Rain might be seen as a way to justify the passing of someone, but also causing this event to happen. "I see. Can you tell me more about your approach?" A deflection, one that Hanzo allowed as he too could feel uneasy at the topic. Still, the ensuing conversation made up for the previous awkwardness. The session felt a little more exciting as the boy was answering his questions with incredible accuracy and interest. None of those impacted the boy's own privacy, and all of those revolved around his hobby. It made up for a pleasant way to go through the activity, and, while Madara didn't get his wish of knowing more about the boy, he couldn't help but feel that he had done much more than just that. He could tell that, through his presence and conversation, he had provided the child something that he too once had asked for and got through Hashirama. Someone to talk to that wouldn't judge him for his unusual thoughts. The child was far from the happy but shy kid he imagined, and it added an extra layer on how the bond between the two siblings worked into this context. Very unusual, but connected perfectly to each other's qualities and flaws. At least now he would have a reason to skip some unpleasant affair. "I'm going to fish with my future younger son," he would say, and, yes, it sounded quite a brilliant excuse to have a good conversation away from the usual fools. Chapter 42, Wet Rock. 2 months. I did it. I think. I wasn't completely sure if the seal array was correct to the fine details. I had tested it out thoroughly without involving living entities, knowing better than pulling an Orochimaru, as I had no intentions to become a murderous mad scientist with a deep interest for boys and immortality. Still, the seal looked to have been built on the right particles and to properly connect the special chakra I found on Madara's head. To confirm it was indeed this one, I compared it to what I could find in Yoshiko, then Kagami, Hiruzen, and finally Raira. I alternated with the analysis, taking notes of all sorts of details the Sharingan gave me the chance to study through quick looks. Much to my relief, a quick glance wasn't as tiring as it was back when I first used it, and I got enough of the first phase to be done after a week, maybe a few more days to be completely sure of it. A full month passed, this time experimenting on the method to apply in this circumstance. The purpose was one and the same, but there were multiple lenses to interpret this process. A pump meant to release and fill up depending on the usage of the special chakra? It had been my first try and one that failed miserably due to two critical errors. 1. The pump didn't release the necessary amount of chakra, retaining some of it inside due to the nature of the seal interacting with the complexity of a head's fullness. 2. The recovery process ended up dispersing a small amount of the special chakra, thus ending the procedure with a major loss in both delivery and return. A bit disappointing, but not something that deterred me from going deeper on the matter. Second try saw me wasting a lot of unused eyes that I could borrow from the hospital. Due to the nature of this new experiment, I just asked for those eyes that were considered of low quality due to those being retrieved by old individuals, thus prone to have some inherent eye-related illness which prevented in most cases a healthy transplant. The new attempt was tied to the eyes themselves, as I wanted to try to create an inner switch that would store the chakra within the eye and thus lessen the chances of unwanted dispersion. I had to add another seal on each eye to create the effects of the Sharingan, or at least something that absorbed the treated chakra and not corrupt the rest of the normal eye with it. The first trial resulted in a bitter taste hitting my mouth. And no, it wasn't just the sense of failure. It was the fact that the eyeball exploded and some of it slammed onto my lips. A horrible development, but a mistake that taught me to use a small mask to cover my whole face and my eyes from any issues as I studied this kind of volatile situation. With that sorted out, I returned my attention to the experiment and how this ended up exploding on me. I tried to reason that I had failed to fully connect the two seals and that the release was so that the leftover chakra had caused this kind of reaction. I tried again to verify it and I was given confirmation of it. The unusual form of chakra, which I was slowly starting to call as chakra U due to it being limited primarily to the Uchiha clan, seemed to be way denser than normal chakra and, if entered the eye from within, caused a large surge of energy to push outward and create this explosive effect. I tried to change the formula to lessen the chances, but 4 more eyes were wasted and I ultimately labeled this a failure. Not one for science though, as I managed to get a proper understanding on why this kind of chakra had to be monitored as to not provide an Uchiha a normal eyeball in case they lost one of their original ones, less facing this kind of problem. Next up was the third attempt and the one that I was confident it was going to work due to how much effort I put into it. This time I replicated a head by using an empty circular sphere that I asked the Hokage to create. He was intrigued, not as much as his brother was, but still interested to see what I was planning to do. He was a bit squeamish when I showed him the eyes I had saved up, just a dozen, and he seemed to fare just a bit better when I mentioned those were last resort candidates for transplants from the hospital. When I was done creating the right conditions to emulate a functional head, minus blood and other elements that could be replaced to some degree without influencing the seal's effects, I was pleasantly delighted when this worked. Truth be told, this new effort was the first try except more complicated in terms of application. The pump was still there, but the chakra U stored inside it wasn't retrieved once the Sharingan was deactivated. The energy was converted through a dual chakra conversion seal that stood between the pump and the eye, turning the energy coming from one way through it was turned back to normal chakra. Likewise, when the pump had to fill up, another conversion seal at its entrance would turn any absorbed chakra into chakra U before being stored. I tried this 15 times, all of which produced complete successes with no margin of error. I dealt with the bulk of the issue, with one last issue remaining about the overall messy seal array, the need to get it to work at my command. The first notion was to just slam a seal by the side of my head that would activate at chakra pulses from my palm. The issue being that such a method would guarantee a small and yet crucial delay to get it to work. I would need to bring my hand to the seal to start it. And if I did that in the middle of a difficult fight in which I had to have my hands moving to either attack or defend myself, I wouldn't have the chance to either activate or deactivate the Sharingan. The best solution as far as I could imagine was a switch that acted on chakra impulses coming from my head and that opened a completely new can of worms. Up until now, I had used easy-to-detect stimuli to create the seals I made. The kind of voluntary reactions which produced chakra that would trigger the seal. Most of those were feasible through prior teaching on how to exert chakra through palms, feet, and even the heart if necessary to produce a calming effect within one's overall body. But what I was looking for was a pulse coming from within the head, which wasn't exactly simple due to how complicated moving chakra within that fragile aspect of the body was. Sure, chakra normally passed within it through the array that provides energy to this part of the body, but it meant trying to manipulate a particularly important element of the whole array. If I messed it up, I was going to fear more than just a test eyeball to explode on my face. It could range from outright crippling me to actually kill my brain, both of which were super bad. Hence why, in this last bit of the process, I had to rely on a new entry to my think tank. Yamanaka Inori was the brain I needed. Matriarch of the Yamanaka clan, proud mother of 2 kids that were studying at the academy and someone that was instantly drawn into the research I brought to her. Surprise was too little of a word to describe her inner emotion. She was gobsmacked as she went on to read the aspect of the research which I needed her to help me with. The woman studied the paper, alternating to gaze at my calm look and the fine lines making the documentation, and then accepting to take part in this last step within the process. She would be credited to produce papers about it, just that she would have to add my name with hers at the end of it. She didn't mind. No, Inori just sought to see this aspect of chakra explored due to her clan's personal skills and her thirst for knowledge. A fellow scientist, except this one had too many burdens between being a mother and a clan leader to evaluate a proper career in that regard. It's like an old cat, dealing with her little ones and finding food for her family, suddenly being showered with praises and games. It was kind of adorable in its own twisted way, but I kept myself formal through the whole process. The blonde earnestly sought through the documents of her clan that she could show without revealing anything too important for her clan, and it was impressive. In the span of a week, I learned that the Yamanaka had a bit more than just psychology under their belt when it comes to knowledge of the mind. They had studied the effects of chakra within one's mind and how this influenced their capacity to make decisions. And yes, there was what I was looking for in some of those papers, specifically the one detailing a rudimentary view of the chakra within the head. How it flows within it, and how it is distributed all over the section of the body. Marvelous, and it provided me with what I needed. Instead of tapping within a single of those nerves, I created a new pump whose purpose was to slowly charge up and then provide the necessary amount of chakra for the first pump. So, in case I had to drop out from the Sharingan early on in a fight, I could still reactivate it fast enough if I gave the second pump time to fill up. Considering the timing of a quick experiment I pulled on those specifics, the pump would be completely full after around a minute of its depletion. With the 2 months' effort concluding, it was time to see if that worked. Mio spared a thorough look at my papers, asking me a few questions regarding some passages which, truth be told, were extremely complicated due to the kind of devious mindset I adopted in building them. Let's just say that my old tendency of getting too earnest in writing details, the kind of stuff that I considered both a flaw and a quality, was still there and kicking whenever I was stuck in this kind of situation. Still, who could blame me? This felt like opening a Pandora box of knowledge, with each discovery bringing out good and bad things at once tied to chakra itself. And as Mito took a few breaks from the papers due to their length, she still seemed convinced it would work if this work was done by two seal makers. Hence why, as I was laying down on a small table, I was being treated by a silent Mito and a shadow clone of mine providing assistance whenever she needed it. A tedious hour later, and I was still alive and not exploding, which was progress. The next step, potentially the culmination of all that hard work, was getting the seal to already work regarding my still active Sharingan. The eyesight from the right side went from red back to normal, with the stress within the eye, and my reserve suddenly vanished as the Sharingan was now deactivated. It took me a moment for me to draw a breath of relief, and Mito giggled at my tense expression, easing down at the instantaneous peace I found at that. Sure, the drain wasn't as terrible when it was covered, but to not feel a drain altogether is just liberating. And I could tell that this was just me regaining control of my eyesight. The Sharingan was just going to drain more in the long run, with the initial cost reduced and the option to turn it on and off at command being the only things I got out of 2 months of intense research. That and a book of notes which could be reorganized and turned into a scientific paper that would definitely give me some more good rep in terms of medicine. The moment I was certain the procedure had gone well, the moment I felt that I had to no longer worry about immediate after effects, I felt a burden out of my way. I felt this worry now turning in something of the past as I turned my attention back to my other projects, some of which were tied to expanding the farms and including greenhouses and introducing a new form of shop in Konoha, a supermarket of sorts. But before I could go back to this kind of plan, I had a few things left to try out about the Sharingan. Specifically, my capacity to use it in combat and how much of a problem the chakra drain was to deal with while using it. I preferred to get this studied before having to fight a serious fight, and I just got the right idea on how to do it. Now, I just needed some willing sparring buddies, or sacrifices, whatever my giddiness allowed as the more or less moral of the two terms. With the Sharingan now under control, at least to an extent, I deemed it proper to give it a test via a spar to check its full potential. For a bit, at least. And I had a few sacrifices, willing sparring buddies for the occasion. Raira was struggling, same for Kagami. Both had their Sharingan activated, both were trying to keep up with me, and I was having a bit of a euphoric trip in facing both at once. Despite having had the Sharingan for 2 months, this was the first serious time I used it to the extent I was in the middle of a fight that saw no holding back in. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't struggling myself. I just didn't show it to them. In their eyes, in their memorizing gaze, I was holding them off and barely breaking a sweat because of it. In truth, the drain was still a concern that I would have to deal with eventually, but I knew that for now, even with the high potential seals had, I couldn't force much about that process. Too much manipulation of my chakra would just cause deep concerns to my growth, at best stunting it and, at worst, causing serious alterations that could damage my physique altogether in the span of a few months. So, instead of mulling over it, I just decided to grow accustomed to its limit and not overreach with my chances to get all the sweet Sharingan potential this early on. Not when the risks easily outweigh the rewards. The spar was intense, and while for a large part of it I managed to keep control of the situation, I would soon have to concede defeat to both of them. Normally, I would have outpaced them, but I might have gone a tiny bit too far with my Sharingan and tired myself out. One of those times I got quite careless and eventually got my butt kicked. Very awkward, but still a good test of my current skills with the Sharingan. I had to keep an eye on never using it too much while I was fighting, or I was really going to face a quick defeat despite the short-term boons it brought to my fighting skills. Nonetheless, I wasn't exhausted despite the strain of the spar and managed to walk my way home without suffering any troublesome aftereffect from that fight. I think I got mother stunned again, the woman noticing that I had my headband pulled up to reveal both my eyes were now normal. An explanation ensued and she was overjoyed by the news as she could now see her eyes once more. I mean, I still had one eye still visible nonetheless, but I didn't have the heart to joke about it, now with the way she was tearing up about it. I think it was more about me being more than fine now than else. It wasn't the eyes, it was that I managed to overcome such a burden without getting beaten down about it. Could grasp it, but my brain just purged out any reason to be too impressed by it. We're in a world where there are some pseudo-deities around. I think it should be expected that, eventually even those at the bottom of the survival ladder would learn how to patch themselves up with mystical energy and crazy cheat codes like seals can be at times. Still, hugging ensued, and I ended up helping her around just so that she didn't feel too overjoyed and mess things up. Then, once I was done with that, I decided to go and pick up Hanzo from school and maybe get into the park for some fishing. I heard that Madara was planning something for dinner with her, so I was to keep things stable. Nothing risky, because if I had hints of that being plotted, then I would have to be quite displeased with my teacher. And no, I wouldn't yell. He would be the one screaming bloody murder once I was done with him. Still, Hanzo and then go fishing. Sounded simple, right? Well, it wasn't. There was a little bump in the road caused by a small issue unfolding near the academy's entrance. Hanzo was standing his ground, 3 friends of his standing slightly behind him as they looked rather miffed at the older kid and his 2 goons looking at them. The little boss looked to be particularly big-boned, and yet no hints of him being a Kimichi. Civilian bully? Probably. Still, I calmly moved around until I stood silently right behind the cool trio and listened to what they were all saying. I'm telling you once again, Shimura Baka. Hands out your friend's money. I don't care who's your big brother, you are nothing but a whelp. Oh my. The rudeness and crassness. Oh well, I feel in a good mood. It didn't take long. I struck just twice. A rapid roundhouse kick to hit the 2 goons on the back of their heads and then karate chopping the leader with a single hit. As the bullies crumbled, Hanzo looked surprised to see me. For a moment, I thought that would have been seen as a reason to be annoyed because I, the big brother, was trying to get in his way to stand up for his friends, but Hanzo surprised me. Just barely. In a way, most of what soon ensued reinforced a notion I had kind of ignored within the situation. Onaikan! The boy exclaimed before bolting for a tackle hug, which I returned happily while ruffling his hair. Hanzo was my little cute brother that loved me to death. It's obvious he didn't care much of that. If I was there and smiling and helping around, that's pretty much what he could ask for as a bad day going good. So, I see that you were having trouble with some dummies. Yeah, but Dash. That was so cool. One of the kids exclaimed. Little boy, black hair, small pup in his arms wagging his tail at the situation. You're Hanzo's brother, the Black Devil of Konoha. Oh right, I do have a generation or two of kids worshipping me as a war hero. Really forgot about that one. That's about right, and I hope you're not going to keep cool about it, or I would be quite disappointed. So, you are friends of my Otudo. They all nodded and I smiled while looking at Hanzo. Well, I was planning to take you out for some fishing since Mom was going to be busy this evening and dash. Yay! Fishing! The only girl exclaimed, and I noticed she was already donning fishing gear. I blinked, noticing her pink hair, blue eyes, and shining smile, and nope, no. I refused to even consider that possibility. I'm insane as I was. I don't need to face a Haruno that had a certain fourth wall breaker mindset. My brain just wasn't ready for that. So, instead of indulging my curiosity in this regard, I focused on escorting the kid to our newest destination, knowing that it was going to be a fairly interesting fishing session from the kind of nutty individuals my little brother was befriending. Nothing wrong about it. After all, I wasn't exactly far from that insanity myself. And as I was walking Hanzo and friends to our fishing spot, trying to answer as many questions as I could about myself, the war effort, what kind of training I did, and how cool is Madara from the perspective of being his only apprentice, I failed to notice that someone was staring at us from some nearby bushes. Blue eyes glowed in intrigue as their owner spied upon the two retreating figures, grinning mirthfully as she could tell that the first step of her infiltration had gone well. It took her a while to find the right carriage to hide herself in, but she did it. It was claustrophobic at times, but she got inside the village. And with her being able to find where Danzo was while also tracking him down back to his home. She had taken time to evaluate this situation, to accept the fact she was going to find some requests to get her last wish accomplished, but at least her infiltration had gone well. Or rather, she thought that it had gone well before she actually felt a kunai close to her throat and a masked figure leaning for her to see. Apologies, but you will have to come to me, young lady. Surprise appeared on her face, caught off guard by the scene as she hadn't thought of this possibility hitting her just like that, out of nowhere. There were many thoughts that clashed all at once before the awkward situation, especially when she was put in a worse position from the way other masked ninjas emerged from the nearby trees and bushes. Way more professional looking than anything she had seen before, and definitely tougher than the normal ninjas here in this village. No ways to bail and try to hide away from this unexpected posse, and they looked ready to jump her if she did something stupid about it. Yep, she was caught, but maybe that wasn't the worst situation possible. In fact, if she played her cards right, she would get her sweet wish fulfilled even if she was tied up and ultimately have her body fully restrained. After all, she didn't plan to kill anyone here, quite the opposite in a way. And yet, as she accepted the situation and got herself roped up, taken away and brought to some interrogator, a single noise of surprise managed to get through. Quite a verbal tick, but one that she rarely had the chance to show in recent years due to her mind being far from free. And that, I had yet to learn, would become a big migraine for the next few weeks, together with other issues of the kind. I just can't get a perfect peace now, can I? Chapter 43, Oh Make Christmas. It was December sorta. And it's Christmas. Now, I know what you were all thinking, Anne. Yes, I did it. It took very little to gain the Hokage's attention and interest in creating the holiday, but, of course, this wasn't Christmas. It didn't have the same name or religious purpose due to the fact Jesus wasn't a thing in the elemental nations. The gift day is the day where people would share gifts to their beloved ones and share 2 days together with their family, close and distant. I couldn't get Santa in this, not without bringing a degree of Christianity on the matter, and let's be honest, I would also need to copy Coca-Cola's design for the traditional outfit he got going. No Santa, but more realism in a way. Kids knew that their parents and other adults were meant to give them gifts, thus depriving the dreamy fantasy behind the jolly old man and creating one where the family always has your back in this matter. Also, a gift-based festivity meant merchants were going to get a few wild days to keep up with the market's demand power. That, and me actually making some money by creating eggnog. It took me a while to find the best alcoholic solution to implement in the creamy drink, with the solution turning out to be whiskey. Not only was it easier to produce due to the grain production offered by my farms, but it was also a known product, thus making the eggnog a particularly quick hit that seemed to find a comfortably big market filled with intrigued clients that wanted to take a taste at the surprisingly sweet beverage. It was weaker than sake in terms of alcoholic intensity, but there was a serious effort in having the shopkeeper to warn the clients of the dangers of this being alcohol and that kids weren't meant to drink it because it was still too strong for them. Yes, I tested it, but I didn't do it to the point of going full drunk. Kid or not, my body wasn't my mind, and I wouldn't say no to a sip of alcohol to celebrate a good holiday. Still, back on the money-making process, I got the daimyo on board with this ordeal. The guy had yet to get to the point of challenging the Hokage's dominance in the Land of Fire, considering Hashirama's relative power over the region and popularity, but he didn't mind this matter too much. Not when he was still revered as a lord, had a solid income to keep his modestly rich lifestyle going, and he got eggnog to console his nerves when it came to handling civilian villages under his control. All thanks to the Shimura Brewery Company. I swear, at this point I'm going to end up creating a zaibatsu or something. And of course, one can't forget one thing about me. How did the holiday go in the Shimura household? The party was interesting. It wasn't one of those chaotic and messy ones, but, even then, the sheer amount of people sure made the house feel comfortably big enough rather than oppressively massive as it would usually feel to any of us. Kids didn't get alcohol, and by kids I mean those that hadn't served in the army. And sure, why the hell were my peers allowed to drink beverages? Maybe it has to do with responsibility. Sure, we were young, but we were stuck in a very deadly job. We had faced a war. We had the maturity to know when to drink and to not drink. Well, most of us. Hirutada learned the day that he was a lightweight just as he took a sip from his cup of sake. Poor guy was definitely going to get teased for this, and, tragically enough, I was going to be the one that spearheaded that initiative. I can be quite the crappy but best friend at times, I know. Now, the party itself wasn't a full-day one. From morning up to the afternoon, everyone was there to enjoy a good time. Then, it was time for everyone to get in their homes to enjoy gift day with their families. Madara was actually the exception, since he made quite a fuss to the clan's elders to keep with us. And by fuss, I mean he threatened them to replace them with better, but definitely more loyal, old fools. Ah yes, the power of threats, that sure didn't change at all despite this being pseudo-Christmas. Things were still meant to be fine and all. There was no reason to mind Madara being around if we were all there to limit his flirting potential towards Mom, but... Onaikan! Madara is drunk. Now, that would be terrible news. The infamous Uchiha, the most murderous being in a battlefield close to Hashirama, surely he would be the worst kind of guy to have around when drunk and unable to make proper calls on circumstances that were either A, irritating, and B, frustrating. He was an Uchiha, so there wasn't much of a surprise in that strange synonymous-based distinction. I had taken a moment off to the bathroom and the guy had done it. I was both surprised by the timing and pissed for the fact he had definitely done that on purpose. Nonetheless, it was bad news. It should have been as such. But it wasn't. Somehow. When I went to check on Madara, he would be starting a fire in the house or something, I came back to find out Mom, very drunk and very blushing, was poking at a sleeping Madara. What Hanzo hadn't told me was that Madara had gotten drunk after bickering for a while with our mother about who held alcohol the best. Turns out that Madara was weaker than Mom in that regard, and the giggling woman, clearly intoxicated to the core and ready for some fun she shouldn't be having, looked quite amused by the deep sleep the Uchiha clan leader had fallen into. Good to know that every hero of this kind had their own weaknesses in that regard. Then again, the amount of empty glasses on the table compared to how empty it was when I left for the bathroom were way more than a normal human being should be able to handle. Especially a civilian like Mom. What ensued was particularly amusing for those not part of it, but deeply intense for those like Hanzo and me. First, I moved Madara to the guest room, and I noticed how limp he was and how heavy he really was even without his armor on. Muscles and that crap. Nonetheless, he was a big baby and created no problems in his slumber. Mom? She was another story. She was cuddly, really so, and to make things even more awkward she was keen to repeat two words that had me really tense for myself and Hanzo. Oh my, my two little men taking care of *kick* their lonely mama. You're not lonely, Mom, I argued flatly, trying to hold back a facepalm as I ignored the way the woman was straddling onto me. It wasn't anything scandalous, but she was clinging on me a lot and putting all of her weight on me, hers and Hanzo, as the poor boy got stuck between my chest and the woman's, huffing as he couldn't get out of that soft prison until I got her to bed. Sadly, the woman had decided that tonight was a special night and she would sleep with her cute sons. Ah yes, to be young again. Your papa would scold me for being so drunk. And scandalous, you know, Madara-kun has a nice butt. I groaned, the woman giggled, Hanzo smiled in pure confusion, and that was Christmas at the Shimura household. Chapter 44, Wet Rock. Shimura Danzo, are you aware of why you have been summoned with utmost urgency? Hashirama's voice held what I would call a dangerous blend. It wasn't a threatening tone, quite the opposite. He sounded mortified and worried, but mixing it up with seriousness and making it sound like he really was angry. Which I could tell wasn't that far from the truth considering he looked annoyed by something I did. Which, truth be told, didn't limit the list of things that could have gained me this kind of circumstance. It's been just a few hours since I took Hanzo and his friends to fishing, and I had made plans to enjoy the evening and ensuing night at peace right back at home. Sadly, my plans were foiled by this entire situation. I had yet to understand how it came to be, as I could tell it wasn't genuinely something born from any known recent actions. Which didn't leave me that much pleased with the overall disposition of this wannabe trial. Beside Hashirama were Tobirama and Mito, the former giving me a tense look while the redhead genuinely looked conflicted on how to look at me. Another element within the room, and one that exuded a degree of confusion, was Madara himself. Confusion and annoyance at being pulled away from his home at such an hour. It was far from midnight, but dinner had already come and gone for today, so it should have been the time for most of the village to be sleeping at this point. Considering the rushed process behind my retrieval? I'm quite unaware of the reason, Hokage-sama. Hashirama blinked over my response, the Senju leader sparing me a blank look as he tried to find out if I was being honest or not about this comment, but this effort was quickly thwarted by Madara's own impatience. Is there a genuine reason for us all to be here? Hashirama, the Uchiha leader, grunted, gaining his friend's attention and glance. I believe we are well above playing indirectly about any circumstance. A sigh left the Hokage's mouth and the man nodded. I see. Well, I wish for you and your student to understand that the reason that sees you here is tied to an action that might or might not cost Danzo-san his current rank. Madara was surprised, while I was just plain perplexed by that kind of accusation. I just couldn't imagine what could have caused that kind of response. Actually, I had a few notions stuck in my head, but none that should have really been known to the man himself. May I know the accusation itself? I eventually asked, deciding to tackle the issue at hand rather than play the difficult game of guess your crime with no clues on which one of the many you committed. Hashirama nodded slowly, with his brother passing him a scroll which the Hokage calmly unrolled. He spared it a look and then gave me a long look. Shimura-san, are you responsible for the assassination of the Shodan Mizuki and the sabotage of Kiritikyu's military capacities? Shit. It couldn't have been Yoshiko. I knew for a thing the girl had been true to her word and had kept quiet for the matter. If she didn't, then Mito wouldn't have reacted like this, not this tame compared to how I expected her to. She should have been angry that her niece had been sworn to keep her mouth shut about that topic, but she didn't. Yet, who could have revealed such an accusation? And how could the Hokage be so confident it was so valid to bring me in this circumstance? I was just as confused as worried as this could be tied to Kiritykyu reacting in a suspicious way about what happened. Maybe the new Mizuki blurted out the truth in secret? No. That wouldn't be productive for his village's diplomatic standing. Still, due to the way the question was formulated, I feigned ignorance. What? The Mizuki was assassinated during the last few days of your visit to Uzushiobikure. Almost a day after the Uzuki was assassinated and you were attacked by the Hozuki siblings, he explained calmly. You were seen as non-responding after the attack. I blinked, frowning at that last bit. And how would that corroborate this implication? Hashirama glanced at his desk, unable to look at me as I delivered this question, and left the duty of going forth to his younger sibling. We received a valuable informant which provided us with a solid account of the events which saw the assassination of the Mizuki, Tobarama answered. And she was capable of providing enough detail to advance this situation to this stage of investigation. Then why is Sasuke Sarutobi not here? I asked back. If this is an investigation, then why this isn't Dash? I don't need to explain that this is no serious trial, Danzo. Mostly on the account that your word is greater than the witness that we could muster, and I doubt Kiritykyu would be keen to allow any proof to reach us, Hashirama rebuked flatly, his gaze once more aimed at me. Which is why I want the truth out of you, because it would explain your behavior when you returned. I closed my eyes, holding back the regret as I felt the intensity of their looks aimed at me. I was greeting Dash. No one is doubting that, Mio finally spoke, showing herself as the good cop in this circumstance. But we have to be sure that you weren't involved in this. If not, then it would be a problem. I know, I added for her, the redhead nodding. Which is why I want to know why this is even happening if my word is better than this witness. While that might be true, our witness has a relevance that can't be ignored. Sure, it wouldn't hold in a normal court, but this isn't one. If the accusation proves to be true, you wouldn't face punishment. At this response, I was just outright perplexed. Hokage-sama just mentioned a possible demotion dash. But not as a punishment, Hashirama interjected. But, let's skip this troublesome chase, Danzo. I know you're lying and I want you to be honest with me. What happened in Kirigakure that night? I am not dash. Tobirama huffed. Look, we understand that you're worried this will blow up on your face if that proves to be true, but we need to be fully certain of this because it will create issues if you're lying. And while I am not as convinced as Hashirama is, I trust him that this pressure is warranted to some degree. Was it? Why? What did I do to deserve this much distrust? I was so confused, but then, the true reason hit me out of nowhere. It wasn't the action itself that was really problematic for Hashirama, it was the way this set a dangerous precedent he was worried about. It was the fact that I was able to kill a Kage and return home with close to no injuries beyond those gained from that ambush before the attack. I, a kid, managed to kill one of the strongest shinobi in current history. And that was a sign that I was to be treated with caution, even by those within my own village. The sheer irony that the strength I gained to protect this place and the people in it was turning into abstract evidence for the accusation was just infuriating. Even so, when I noticed that this was a common pattern in the universe I was in, you get really strong, and people tend to get worried about the chances of you going dark or something like that. I didn't have Naruto's positive charisma to dissolve this kind of possibility from the minds of people, so I was stuck with limited options. I could try to keep denying and hope that this is dropped at the chance of this scarring my reputation with the leaders of Konoha, or try something very risky. I could come out clean, like super clean, as I know that all details matter to keep my predicament coherent and relatable, and pray this will not blow on my face due to any issue. It wasn't exactly a choice I could make without thinking of the issues related to both, but I knew that I had to be honest. Not for moral's sake, or even loyalty, but because I had to prevent this from screwing things up in the near future. Damn it, why can't I just be given the chance of murdering people and be left uncaught about it? I suppose I can provide a proper recount of the affair, Hokage-sama. But I wish for one thing, and that is that any question and comment are delayed until I'm done with this. Madara tensed up at my words, spotting unease and reluctance, but still allowing this to happen as his rival nodded in agreement. I shall guarantee you this request, yes. Now please, tell us what happened that day. And I proceeded to be quite chatty about the topic. Yes, I know, this is going to bite my ass at the proper time, but I knew it was necessary now. It was either being honest and pull the rotting tooth out or allow it to fester and become a dangerous bomb for me if it came up at a later date. And yes, that would be a big problem for my plans of training and getting enough influence to preserve peace. Everyone listened, with some looking ready to ask questions about how I did some specific things and the secondary plans in case some details went wrong for me. All in all, I was as transparent as possible, and eventually I drew a very mixed reaction from the room with my words. Hashirama looked uncertain for once. He looked more relieved as he was aware of the Kirigakure plot to attack Uchiha in case the assassination had happened, a matter praised by a supportive Tobirama as he saw my actions as necessary and undoubtedly logical. Mito looked thankful, yet she was doing her best to hide it from the rest of the group due to this very reason, knowing that her home was going to survive this matter due to what happened that day. Madara merely nodded at my words as I was telling the truth, but he offered no response just yet, lost in his own thoughts at what I was telling them. But when I thought I had succeeded and swayed them to understand the points that brought me what I did, I was stunned when the Hokage went through a bizarre mood swing. While your explanation does affirm that you acted in goodwill and faith, still loyal to your village and its closest ally, it also goes forth to confirm some of my suspicions about this circumstance, Hashirama remarked with a serious tone, his voice gaining our attention but also my surprise. It is within reason that I wish for you to be demoted at once. What? By which reason? I fought back, unwilling to let go of this matter without struggling against possible BS reasons. I might not be fully in the right, but I know that my action didn't warrant that kind of behavior. Heck, I shouldn't even be demoted on these grounds due to the explanation I gave. Sure, I was a bit salty that the man was sounding like he didn't care about what he just heard, but it was annoying me to no end and I wasn't willing to let go of this. Not yet. You are too young for the rank you got, and this situation confirms you. You acted within risks that could have cost your life and more if you had failed. I didn't, and I didn't plan to, I spoke back, gaining a few looks that tried to warn me to not go any further. Even now you're behaving as if this was all right. This wasn't. A young man your age shouldn't be put through this kind of choice, he argued firmly, or as firmly as he could within that pressure. Which is why I have to demote you to the rank of dash. No. Hashirama sighed, frustration appearing on his expression. Danzo, this is for your own good dash. No, it is not, I sharply cut his voice, eyes narrowing at him as I finally got what he was trying to do with this line of thought. And I didn't like it at all. At least, not mine. My harsh comments stunned most of the occupants, but only Madara spotted the unease growing in his rival's face. It was brief, yet the man could tell something was gnawing in the Hokage's face despite his effort to appear calm and in control of the situation. Something that Madara didn't like. I understand you're enraged by the situation, but dash. If you wanted to do my good as you were reasoning, Hokage-sama, no kids should have gone to war, I interrupted again. I believe no. I know for a thing you're being as dishonest as I was at the beginning of this session. So please, let us be truthful for once. That's a dangerous accusation you're leveling on your leader, Shimura-san, Tobirama half accused, half warned. He looked genuinely concerned, but I could tell he was thinking of what I was saying, while Madara scoffed at the Senju brothers. I think my student is onto something, and I can see it myself now, the Uchiha leader argued, his gaze narrowing at his first friend. How about you ditch the flimsy effort to cover your guilt, Hashirama? The newer accusation gained more interest and less doubt from the others, but Tobirama quickly jumped to defend his older brother. The Hokage's decision is driven by a legitimate concern dash, which is devalued by previous ones. He is not trying to do something for my good because he knows this will only hurt me in the long term. No, he is trying to feel better at the fact I'm in danger at times and dash. And you shouldn't be, like the rest of the children, he reasoned heatedly. This whole situation could have prevented if dash. If what? I interrupted and the Hokage slammed his fists on the desk. If you weren't that stubborn to go into deadly situations. Instead of being off-put by that outburst, I felt even more furious at the circumstance. Well, maybe I didn't ask to be dealt these cards to begin with, but I still go forward without any genuine whining, I returned with the same loudness. I didn't ask for being put in a war, but I dealt with it because I knew it was either act or let people die. I didn't ask to be put through the harshness of some decisions, but life is not fair and we can't just expect good changes to happen overnight. You are not worried about my well-being, not with this decision you are trying just to get your consciousness clean for what you feel it's your fault, the fact I've seen war with others, that I had lived in it and was turned into someone that will never revert back to a happy kid. I expected a response to it. More anger, more upset, and yet the Hokage had gone quiet, his gaze aimed low as his eyes closed. The silence, which was meant to be a soothing factor on the matter, only irritated me more. I was so angry, I was so illogical. It was bloody nighttime and I was barely awake at this point, and I barely remember unfastening my forehead protector and moving closer to the desk. I wanted to place it down, call it quit, and be done with all this drama. I preferred to stop at this point. I wanted to not be subjected to distrust for doing something that I had done in good faith and within logical sense for everything. It felt unwarranted, enraging, and extremely offensive towards myself, but also the memories of those people I wanted to respect. Those that died and couldn't speak anymore. But as I got close enough and moments away from going through the deed, I had a hand grasp my wrist. I turned to the side, glancing at Madara as the man gave me a serious look. "Don't. I dash. You will not go through that gesture," Madara harshly rebuked, his annoyed glance aimed at Hashirama. "My student shall not be demoted, and, as far as my concern, that's my decision to make if that needs ever side up." Madara dash. "I had been patient about your dreams, Hashirama. I see no reason for us to renege the promise we made as children, but one thing is to allow those to drive us to success, another is to use them as motivation for guilt that should be yours to deal with. I suggest taking a night off so you can sleep it off and think about this better rather than jump to conclusions. You're the Hokage, the leader. People want you to be able to lead them, not be driven by just emotions, but also mine that I know you have." Mortified, confused, Hashirama fell back to his chair with a numb look, and Mito was instantly keeping by his side while his brother stared at this development with a grim look. He wasn't as convinced of the situation himself, tied to the Hokage's attempt to demote me, something that flashed in his eyes during that exchange despite his vehement defense of it, and had thus decided to keep quiet at this point. More silence, but Madara pulled me away from the desk and out of the office altogether. There was no effort to stop us, and he looked annoyed. Annoyed, but not angry. I gave him a questioning look, and he replied to it with a blank glance. "We're going to check something before I take you back home. You will not act irrationally." I frowned, unsure what he meant with that, but I would soon learn that he wanted me to see something. Or rather, someone. Hozuki Gura had seen the worst days. Which was ironic considering where she wound up due to her failed infiltration attempt. Sure, prison here in Konoha is still harsh, and the interrogators were nothing short of psychopaths when they were on a roll with the questioning, but these faltered before the standard treatment in Kiri. Not like the girl was going to mention that to anyone. The last thing she needed was to get her wardens feeling challenged over that notion. Still, things weren't horrible. She had bland food, she had water. And her cell wasn't as small as she expected it to be. It was quite eye-opening to realize how this was good compared to her expectations. It was still prison, but it wasn't a place that worried her due to the way she was being treated. She was a foreign kunoichi, she was thus precious due to the information she had about things back home. Not much, but it was enough to leave her with some good conditions tied to her solo cell. In a way, it was sad since she had this little plan of finding the biggest and meanest thug in the place, beat him up and become top dog in jail. Despite her age, Gura knew a few things on how prison worked by reading reports about behaviors from prisoners back in Kiri. But in these conditions, she was just alone to be subjected to endless questioning and promises of tortures. So, she just waited for the next round of questioning, which was meant to happen around the next morning. Much to her surprise, that appointment was pushed up in her schedule and she was woken up from her cell as the guard said someone wanted to talk to her. Which raised a few questions with the way he formulated that affirmation, mostly on the basis that when it was once more the turn of her wardens to interrogate her, the guard would say something along the lines of "It is time again." Yet this felt novel, new. And Gura was right on her guess, as she was soon delighted to the point the feeling washed away any need of sleep within her body. After all, the reason she came here in Konoha was right there, on the other side of the table she was now sitting by. Giddy, ecstatic, and even kicking her legs in delight, or she would have if her legs and hands weren't bound with chains. Despite the awkward disposition she was in, she knew that her wish was still going to come true. "You," Danzo Shimura muttered grimly, his murderous glance just enabling the girl to feel excited. This was it. Had she been granted her wish already? Was this her chance? Also, how did he fix his eyes like that? "Hello, Dot." The other visitor, a tall man with red armor and spiky long dark hair, offered a grunt, a gesture which was matched by Danzo as he glanced at him. "Why did you take me here?" "Wah! You aren't here to kill me?" Gura remarked in complete annoyance. "And here I thought that you wanted to grant me that wish." "He is not going to kill you." "I told him that he has no permission for that," the tall man rebuked, further aggravating Gura, but not enough for her to bring out insults at him. For some reason, her instinct told her that it was best to not aggravate the guy, and she felt pushed to comply with that kind of behavior. There was silence at first, and then the girl huffed. "Are you going to say or do anything, or what? Did you know she was spying on you and your little brother when you were going to fish before she was caught?" The man's comment was instantaneously drawing a reaction from the boy. Gura felt a taste of what she remembered back in that cave, back when she was fighting Danzo, and he looked furious. He looked ready to kill her, once more getting her happy and ready to give up as he murdered her, but that didn't happen. "Don't," the man further added. "You will not kill or even maim this prisoner." "Why?" Danzo asked angrily. "Why did you even bring me here then?" "To draw a line," the calm adult remarked. "Between want and duty." Gura was incredibly confused at what was going on, almost stunned by the fact that this was all a game or something. Before she could say more on this, she saw the two leave. There was something about this that just frustrated her to no end. She had gone through a lot in recent weeks. She had patiently waited for this moment to come, and she was just going to be ignored just like that? She gritted her teeth, anger burning deep within. "Why don't you just kill me?" she half screamed, and, much to the girl's surprise, Danzo turned to stare at her dead in the eyes. "Why the hell can't you just let me be instead of stalking and begging me to kill you?" he angrily asked, eyes narrowing furiously at her. "Fuck off." Despite having heard many horrible things in the past, these last words left a very big hole in her chest. As if something deep down was actually missing, despite her mind regaining control of everything, shattering what her brother had done to her to a degree. Yet she felt like something was now lost as Danzo left. Something about him made her feel right and dependent on his duty to kill her. She was an enemy, a killer, a murderer, and someone that he had tried to kill already. But while she asked some unknown gods how this situation happened, her mind shifted elsewhere as her rage was replaced by dissatisfaction. Are those tears? Gura blinked, confused by the sudden need to cry. Why was she so upset? Why does what she just heard make her so angry and so incredibly disappointed at herself? Why does living feel so difficult? Why does freedom hurt? Chapter 45, Wet Rock. Are you sure you like this? I sighed, eyes closed as I found my little moment of peace ruined by that question. And the one asking said question promptly used my lap as a pillow. It's been a few days since that meeting with the Hokage, and I made myself scarce from chances of resuming that messy interaction. Missions-wise, I was still doing things and being a proper shinobi in that regard. I wasn't going to throw a genuine unprovoked tantrum that could have ruined my current career. Madara had been watching my actions as of recently, or at least when I was on duty and given the chance to make a mess. I didn't plan to. I wouldn't have said no to a chance to do that, but it was more of a childish urge than a genuine plan. And after what happened a bit later from that lecturing, the meeting with Gura had fully shaken me off from the pedestal of might I set myself in, realizing that I had been so close to disobey direct orders and set myself in some troublesome affairs. Madara knew. He had set me up to see it for myself. I was too angry. The talk with Hashirama riled me up, but it wasn't just that. I had been feeling disappointed in myself recently. I felt like something was missing, that something needed to be there in me to make me feel whole. I lacked inward balance. My emotions were growing too unstable as of recently. I initially blamed it on early pubertal changes, but I thought those to be too intense for it to be the case. No, my emotional compass had been outright screwed by what I had gone through. Did I tackle the issue a bit too late? Was I actually that unstable? The worry was piling up fast, but so did my thoughts on what I could do to try and fix it. It was feasible to think of a full recovery, but I doubted I could handle it on the spot. It wasn't something that could be solved with ease, so I embarked on a new form of training that I had been reluctant to go through as of recent times. Meditation to reach sage mode. I had spent months thinking if this was going to be a good idea, and I could see how finding my inner peace would just be what I needed to calibrate my inward being into a stable position. So, I asked the clan leader of the Phoenix clan and received permission. Cue me sitting down and being alone for a solid 2 minutes. 2 minutes that passed fast, as a certain individual had spotted me from afar. I tried to not get noticed by Kiera, as I really needed to be alone for this one, and I knew I couldn't exactly push her away. So, I prepared my mind for what was going to be an awkward conversation. It isn't, but it's necessary. A hum came from the girl as she sighed and rested for a moment on my lap. Silence resumed, but it was just a way to lull me in a false sense of security. It's Kiera we were talking about, and I knew for a fact she wasn't planning to go down without a fight. Why is it necessary? The Phoenix asked quietly. Did something happen? Danzo-kun, are you trying to keep your bestest friend from helping you? Kiera dash. I get it, you want to meditate and be a lonely dummy, but I can tell something's up in your head and it's a big thing that's making you a mess, the girl argued, surprisingly enough hitting the target. But I just can't ignore the fact you're hurting. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? It's not a secret, Kiera. I'm just imbalanced. I need this to regain coherence of what I can or can't do, I replied flatly. I am not trying to push anyone away, but it's been too long since I had a moment to think of myself on my own without interruptions. Silence reigned for a while, and this time Kiera went quiet as she allowed me to resume training. She didn't leave my side, but her presence soon became unimportant as my mind once more trailed off from my mortal coils and into what I could consider my inner self. Something about this whole training just felt incredibly wrong. No, it wasn't the training. Something else about it made it unpleasant. Meditation mattered much more as I had the chance of understanding the way the Yamanaka clan used their technique on others. Sure, none of the clan would ever tell me how exactly it worked, but due to how it was shown in the original series, I had a way to know how that feeling was meant to be represented in my mind. A sense of detachment, of loss from reality as I jumped and pushed myself off the ground that was my rooting into reality. I was instantly greeted by numbness, with my body now missing from within my reach, and leading me just within that state of detached understanding. I was a floating soul within the void. And as I dug deeper, I felt I was treading on the very line where the division happened. I tried to find it, to understand it, and then a bizarre realization struck me. What if the division, the instability, wasn't too internal? I questioned if the strong anger I have gotten was the result of some mental issue. But what if this wasn't completely true? What if there was another element that had me lose my mental footing and that had been behind so many problems I caused and had to solve in time before things collapsed on me? The more I looked deeper, the more I delved within that tainted part of my brain, the more I felt it. The truth. Despite the lack of a body, I soon woke up into one. It was like mine, but younger, and I was wearing my old armor, the one I used to fit during the war. This was that war. I blinked awake once more, this time the wasteland I woke up into being a familiar green forest around the Fire-Earth border. IWA against Konoha, the first field of war I was in. Then another blink, and we were in Kumo-owned land. More blinking, and the lone battlefields became united as all screaming soldiers around me, fighting and yet avoiding me, kept on adding in a confusing disposition. IWA soldiers fighting with Konoha ones against Kiri and Kumo. Then Sunanin fought both at the same time. Then there was no faction, and it became a messy all-out massacre. And the more I looked, the more surreal the scene turned, and the more I felt at ease. I felt at peace within that mess that is called war. And that horrified me immensely. Do I miss war? That had been a thought that I never considered because preposterous. Why would anyone feel that way? Why would anyone in my condition? I argued that it was just a hallucination. My PTSD was playing tricks on me, but that was dashed away as I stood up and I felt lighter. My mind felt clearer, less worries in it as I could find no familiar faces. No reason to be concerned about anyone I knew getting hurt. No reason to worry surprises, no reason to be uneasy because this was as clear as it could be. It was war, everyone was fighting, and I was part of it. Just as I mentioned within my head that last bit, some soldiers detached and rushed at me. I stood up, shifting around and dodging their attacks before carefully killing them. I felt no restriction. This felt like a game for me as my brain called for one thing. Go deep and become part of it. A greater part of it. I was the strongest, the mightiest, but also the safest. No amount of foes was putting me at risk as I felt my amusement spike before that unbeatable streak. I felt invincible, I felt untouchable, and I felt endless. I was in pure heaven despite the chaotic environment I was thrown into. But then the realization sunk deep in my mind. The amusement shattered, the soldiers burned as a massive sun-like sphere appeared over the field, scorching everything around and leaving me alone. I tried to see if this was caused by someone around. If I had to worry, but it was just me. And the burning stench of flesh being cooked in that horrible manner. The euphoria was now forsaken as the horror reappeared before my eyes on what had just happened. I looked at my hands. They were bloodied. Same for my armor, same for my face, and same for my inner self. Normally killing was right if within righteous reasons, but my body hadn't forgotten the forbidden taste of the battlefield. I craved it. It felt like it had been gone for too long. And as I questioned why I felt like this, the answer I got from deep within shook me to the core. It wasn't the battle that I sought, it was the brutal honesty of it. Within the field, no trickery can unfold. Everyone was attacking you, you were always in the position to be guarding yourself. To be aware that everything here could turn and become a threat. That no one was safe but those that could defend themselves. And that's where I got a bitter taste in my mouth. This had been the first test for that training. And I failed it. Instead of disavowing fighting through those lenses, I cherished it by partaking into it. I enjoyed it, and I allowed my mind to lose sight of why I had been there to begin with. But that wasn't the end of it. This wasn't where I would find the closure to my training, and I could tell that I would need to work on it. Many men, lesser than me, would have conceded to the sickness I was subjected to, this insane form of PTSD, but I didn't want to give up. No longer about myself, but also the others. I had people to protect. Not just from others, but myself. If I was so quick to jump into combat, if this was my favorite priority, then that wouldn't stand. The next 2 silent hours passed just like that. Over and over again I would be meditating, the soldiers rushing once more at me, but none landing attacks on me. They tripped on me, they bypassed me by jumping or taking corners to avoid me. I was still as I let it all happen, as the noise grew louder and louder, but something else grew louder. It was a white noise that deafened anything I was hearing after a while, and, while I was still lost in the unknown aspect of my mind, I felt it reach out and yank me away from that odd limbo. I expected to find something mysterious and cryptic around the corner, but what I found was less metaphysical and more huggy. My real eyes finally opened, and I found out that Kiera hadn't kept herself put during the time I spent meditating. She was sleeping, but I could say she had woken up at a time so that she could relocate to her new comfy position. Arms and legs wrapped around my neck and waist respectively, chin resting on my shoulder and her right cheek pressing onto mine. It would have been an adorable sight for sure, but I did feel restricted, but not minding it. Not because it all felt so natural to expect from Kiera, but because this all felt unworthy of any angry comment or irritation. It was a hug. It was nice. And I could tell my body needed that kind of closeness with someone. It took me about 20 minutes to concede to the need of waking up Kiera. Obviously, she disagreed by tightening her hold over me and napping harder, as she put it. Which was actually her being awake, but forcing her eyes closed and snoring loud. And at this I just picked her up from the ground and started running fast left and right. She instantly woke up yelping in surprise at the unexpected reaction, but eventually we were playing tag together. I felt livelier than Wei, and I felt like a kid, free and unrestrained for laughing for stupid kids. I had the chance to enjoy the last hints of childhood left within my body, to enjoy being a kid despite how old my mind was in. I needed this. I needed to be fragile for once. Just for a moment, to feel innocence wash over my war-related sins. And today turned into a better day than how I predicted this turning out to be. At least, for this unique occasion. With training out of the way, I had plans to make it back home and enjoy a pleasant day with the family. Kiera had been quite reluctant to let me leave, but I argued I had plans to share the kitchen with her for dinner. At the notion of being granted the means to prepare food without my mother taking offense for the invasion of her reign, she instantly squealed and pulled me in a tight hug. And I had nothing to worry about when it came to work. It was the weekend and I had no missions to do for the week as I had already gone through my quota. I had no reason to ruin such a lovely day that offered me the chance to further explore this newfound bliss. I was far from inner peace, but something about being able to walk without fearing any attack just felt nice. It felt freeing, liberating. I was keen to explore this and much more. Even so, when I stumbled upon a certain wandering demon cat that ended up tagging along for my plans of a lazy day. I never thought you would have been keen to enjoy a day off this nicely, Danzo-chan, Madara hummed in delight, happily resting on my head. Please, do tell me you don't plan to engage in sudden training sessions. I want to sleep with someone that gives me belly rubs. Madara was still receiving belly rubs from others. It wasn't like she was being neglected anyway, or this whining would have been a bit more demonic in nature. No, she was just that possessive on who was the one rubbing her belly or scratching her chin. And I had been skipping on that a lot due to recent events. I just could imagine Kurama was going to approach me in a similar way, except being more tsundere than his sibling. I was planning for some rest and meditation. Maybe check on my puppets and add some pieces if I find anything that could be improved. Nothing too distracting. Sounds fine to me. Just don't meditate too long. I still need those belly rubs. Lazy cat. I didn't mind the attitude, and I felt somewhat less troubled by everything around me. It was a lovely day. I planned to ask if Hirotana and Rairo wanted to have dinner outdoors for tomorrow so we could take some time to remember the war period in private and try to see how they were holding about it, since it wasn't a topic we would usually bring up without reason, and then maybe see if Yoshiko wanted to finally try out fishing. Then there was medical training, and I had decided it was about time I finally started to write a lengthy book on the subject. It would be good to finally enforce a standard within the way some medics were meant to work with, to introduce sterilization and other elements that were going to take much longer to develop in the medical doctrine without some push from me. I was still going to train with other things, but I decided to put less into bashing my skull and new things to be prepared for an attack. It wasn't going to happen anytime soon, and more to actually enjoy life to a degree. I have been so detached from my social life that I barely had much fondness of it beyond some rare instances where I had to be there and enjoy things. Yet I was far from that lucky from the way things were soon to turn into. Just as I was turning the corner, I found myself moving to the side as someone rushed forward and tried to land a punch onto me. At first I was confused by the sudden attack, but then I got a look over the familiar individual and found myself frowning over the familiar brunette that had just attacked me. Truth be told, I wasn't surprised by the behavior, but rather by the fact he was there when he shouldn't be there. Since when the son of a long-deceased leader of a hostile nation happened to be in here? Anoki? Shimura Danzo. I finally found you. The teen muttered in delight and annoyance, turning with a calm stance at me, smiling. And that dodge, truly impressive for someone meant to be my great rival. God damn it, I want a day to rest and karma sent me a moron. Why are you here? I asked, confused about this odd first hit move but no continuation. Was this an assault or his way of greeting people? Two things actually. One, that Sachikage is visiting for an important meeting with the Hokage regarding the peace treaty, Inoki started to explain, adding a sense of smugness to each word he sprouted. Quite frustrating, but it gave me insight on the situation. The Hokage was dealing with the Tsuchikage. Definitely Mu, which would explain why Inoki was here and annoying me. The cheeky prick. And I was there to challenge you to a duel. One you denied me back months ago. I raised a perplexed brow at that. You mean the one where I clearly said I was in no shape for fighting? I flatly asked, doing my best to not let this development annoy me. Obviously no. Wait, what do you mean you weren't in no shape for fighting? You outran me. There's a difference between running and fighting. Did I brawl with you, dragging a long legendary battle where we were both drawn to an impressive clash? No dash. Then that wasn't me fighting. It was me running from you because you wanted to fight me in the stupidest setting possible, I summarized with a dry tone. It's not even about honor or all of that. You just were nagging for a fight despite the circumstances. I saw the shadow of a pout, but he held strong. That's not how it went. Look, I don't care for our past animosity and all. But I kind of want to enjoy this free day, and I would be more than happy to spar with you tomorrow. From what I know of those visits, it's generally a full week, right? He slowly nodded. Why yeah. A week, but what kind of spar are we talking about? The brief stutter was probably tied to how calm I was about it. I was so chill and so at ease. I was probably putting him off by how composed I was despite how he had jumped into the matter, clearly expecting more emotion into this matter. And, if I have to be honest, I would be less diplomatic and more stabby had I not been getting my emotions under check. I wasn't going full drone, but I needed to hold back those from harming myself and others. So, I decided to keep it smooth as I had no genuine reason to be surprised. It was quite common for this kind of world to have cray-cray people, and I could say I was a nutcase myself so. I was thinking of one of those that happens when two sparring partners are training, but with less restrictions. We're not having a duel to the death. Not within a context which would ruin our careers one way or another, I answered without hesitation. How about we go through 5 fights? 1 per day, and then the one that wins the most is considered the winner? Inoki considered it for a while, but I could already tell I had just poked the right button in his mind. If 1 fight was good, then 5 sounded ideal. He was soon smiling and shaking hands with me, and proudly saying that he was going to trash me up without hesitation and showing me how strong he was compared to me. And just as he finished saying that, Inoki paused as his stomach grumbled in hunger. I stared at him, he stared down in embarrassment at his particularly loud belly and actually apologized about it. Sorry. I was so excited I kind of skipped breakfast today and dash. Wanna join me for lunch? I think Mom wouldn't mind an extra guest. While that would be off-putting to many, I think I never saw a foe of mine look so giddy and interested at the idea. I wasn't sure if it was because he was hungry, curious about me as his rival, or perhaps interested to see the mother-son dynamic he didn't have since his parents died years ago, but I just allowed him in. I had doubts he would do something stupidly suicidal, not when I mentioned that my soon-to-be stepfather would be there too. I could only imagine his face when he found out about Madara's current role, but I also had plans in case that deterrent didn't work as intended. The moment he tried anything funny, I would just castrate him and leave him to die hidden in the deep green woods around Konoha. I may be forgiving, but I was still the mean little murderer of those that tried to annoy my family. Yet, there was something else to it. I was no longer so quick to piss off, and I definitely felt younger to a degree. I feel more chill than usual. Definitely like I was before the war, but not to that degree. Not yet at least. But it sure feels good to be this calm, to be this hopeful of the peaceful days rather than expect attacks everywhere. Ignoring Inoki's sneaky attack. Nonetheless, I had plans for tomorrow's spar. And I just had this good idea I wanted to test out my sealing skills. Chapter 46, Wet Rock. Inoki didn't like Madara. Actually, scratch that, I may have given him PTSD while dealing with him. It was really difficult to stick to one version of how the rival from IWA reacted to the offered mealtime, but he seemed to really be unable to find calm when around my family. One would already know Madara wasn't planning to be a good and friendly guest towards the guy, but I was slightly stunned when I caught some subtle and yet fairly sharp remark from my own mother on the matter. Inoki picked up on those, but where Madara was one of unquestionable dislike towards anything that he once planned to kill during the war, the woman that was Minako merely laid out a few ground rules that a more than delighted Inoki decided to follow through. No fighting in the house, no talking about fighting which would devolve in fighting in the house, no mention of the war, no mention of nationalistic zeal which would spark talking about fighting and then fighting. She really went on to set up a mostly peaceful setting, but one that didn't exactly prevent Hanzo from being fairly upset with Inoki. In his eyes, rightfully so, Inoki represented that part of IWA that had known the best parts of the war, those of moral elevation, but not of the hideous experimentation that led to his current conditions. He didn't mention them, not at the table, but the glares weren't ignored and provided for a fairly tense lunch. Time passed, the lunch was over, and the rest of the day allowed me to unwind and further plan things out for the spar plan for tomorrow. I wasn't thinking of bailing it, not when I had a distinct belief I was within the conditions to outmatch Inoki in most everything. The real reason for concern was any unknown jutsu which he could have learned to unbalance me. I didn't expect anything truly tide-turning, but I wasn't letting this leave me unguarded for any surprises. I had to be vigilant and careful. More meditation further cleared my mind and I felt ready to also start training senjutsu for real. I had already gotten far with meditation and I felt tempted to channel some nature chakra into my body and gauge how to handle the flow to get a proper hold. There were two possible outcomes from that decision. Either the transformation turned me into something like it did with Jiraiya, except it's Phoenix style, or I got something close to Naruto's Sage mode. Good news is, I got neither. I didn't exactly break through within just a day, but I set up the basis for two major rules through this big step. First, I wasn't going to rush it. A small mistake and I was screwed. Second, I was going to give it just enough time within my own schedule. I saw no reason to rush it as it tended to just leave me more stressed out than normal training. After all, I was trying to convince my body to absorb familiar and yet unusual energy while also trying to make it easier for it to adapt to it. I thought about using seals to help me with that, but it would defeat the purpose of adapting my body to it. I just needed to let this happen naturally. Only after that I could see some potential with my seals. Maybe a way to keep some reserved natural chakra to use to rekindle my Sage mode like Naruto did when he fought pain. Still, I was ready for the brawl and it soon happened. It was me, Inoki and a fairly large number of people watching this whole thing unfold. The first battle was technically meant to be a testing ground to win the others. That was how I saw it, but I was surprised to see that wasn't how Inoki looked at it. It was the first battle he had with me in years, and he sure planned to handle that score the best way he could. By kicking my ass with everything he got. Not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting things to be this intense in the first battle. Then again, I hadn't planned for the Hokage and the Tsuchikage to actually watch this thing unfold. Mu was the second Tsuchikage shocking, I know, but he didn't seem mad for how things went last time I dealt with him. I couldn't say the same for Raira and Hirutada, but both kept themselves from doing anything stupid which could renew the war. Yoshiko was there too, and she was being fairly loud, cheering on me. I had nothing wrong with that beyond the loudness, and I could see how it ticked off Inoki a fair bit during the fight. The battle began with taijutsu. Quite standard stuff, and it gave me some insight on the pace and power the older boy was going for. He was slightly stronger in dealing damage without boosting his own might with chakra, but he didn't seem to carry the speed to turn that into something relevant until I was able to dodge and exploit his half-exposed stance. It wasn't outright hideous, but I could pick up enough openings to return viciousness back to the one carrying it to me. I struck the most, but it would be a lie to say I was spared from any sneaky attacks that managed to get me through my guard, but those weren't as concerning, as my attacks were to Inoki. Eventually he pushed away, using some kunai to keep me distant for a moment, but looking surprised when I managed to move fast enough with my wind armor. Eyes wide open, the boy pulled up a wall made of stone, but it broke with ease, and with that so did his own efforts to win the first fight. One hit in the guts and he crashed on the ground with a terrible bellyache. I could have been a bit more malicious and struck him with a stronger wind armor, but I saw this as the better outcome. First battle won, and Inoki didn't look deterred to go for more. Konoha cheered, some of IWA and the Tsuchikage did too, but for the latter it felt more of a formality in the name of peace. Mu praised me, and chided Inoki, with the brunette looking miffed but not beaten down to try again. And what worried me was that his sensei seemed really compelled to see him win. I didn't expect any surprises beyond the field, but I was quick to start looking around whenever I was walking Konoha's streets. I just had this feeling I had to keep vigilant for the time being and also focus on a new starting strategy. I think what really unnerved me was how tentative Hashirama's praise felt. "You did good." I could tell he wasn't convinced of it himself. That conversation still brightly stuck in our heads whenever we were around each other. I didn't get demoted, but that whole scene still had me frustrated. I thought meditation and solving my problems were going to help, but no, it just made me less pliable to consider reconciliation. I could understand the reasoning, not the means. And I wasn't willing to just bow down to any request of that kind. With that first brawl giving Inoki some insight, I wasn't planning to go through the same strategy and expect him to not plan something against it. So, I spent a few hours thinking what he was going to do next. Since I gave him no chance to use his other techniques, I could say he was going to start flashy to see if he could one-up me by outpowering me with some cool jutsu. So, I started to study once more my anti-dust plans, knowing that those were going to be even more relevant now than before. I had a few ideas, some of which I knew could work, others were mostly ideal but not practically applicable. To make an example of the latter group, I could technically overpower it via a max power wind armor due to the barrier destabilizing the technique, but I couldn't be completely sure of it through the intensity of the wind chakra and how much that would drain out of me. I wasn't planning to go all out, but I had two specific ideas I planned to exploit since I was 98, maybe 99% sure that those would work on any dust release jutsu. So, a new day goes by. I rested at home for a few hours before meditating and tapping into natural chakra, and then went to bed early to be ready for the next day. I was in a good shape, like the day before, and I managed to get to the training field we were using as early as I did with the first battle. Instead of the large crowd of people serving as an audience, there were just Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Yoshiko, plus 3 Iwanin chosen by the Tsuchikage to act as his representatives on the field. The little redhead was quickly cheering for me, a detail that felt less pressing than it had been the day before for both me and my opponent, as we show little interest in that matter. A few seconds of tension passed after we took our fighting stance, and then we both jumped towards each other. The close quarters lasted a minute at best, with Inoki trying to feign that he was trying to push for a repeat of last battle, but pulling out to finally use his trademark technique. A football-sized cube formed in his palms, and he tried to get a quick hit on me as he threw the technique before backing away. Instead of trying to stop it, I decided to exploit its small size to actually get a quick fright out of him. I picked my flying dodge shuriken, threw it towards him and purposely missed him, and then used the technique to blitz over the approaching dust technique and appear right beside him. Inoki looked actually scared by this development, and this time his quick barrier managed to stop any attack since I had nothing to bolster my means to breach it. He backed away again, this time relying on earth jutsus to keep the most distance away from him. It was a slow win for me, but I would be lying to say that I could have capitalized better on that shock I gave him. Nonetheless, I had Inoki beat by chakra exhaustion with how many jutsus he was relying on. Another defeat, but he hardly felt defeated as he swore the third match was his. Now, anyone would think this was the classic boast of a thick-head moron, but I have to confess that this isn't how it turned out. Third spar, things were set to be either a repeat of round 1 or 2. I was prepared for both. So prepared that I was surprised when Inoki started the match by throwing shurikens at me. I jumped away, preferring to keep some distance if he was planning to try something with his equipment, but then I frowned when I saw him rush towards me with his fist coated in rocks. I was confused on what he was trying to do, but then, as I landed, I was given a rude awakening in the form of something tight wrapping around my left leg and forcing me to stop from backing away. I was stunned when I looked down to see that he had managed to take a brief pause to slam his palm on the ground, using a jutsu to manipulate the earth under my feet to shift and wrap around my leg. I tried to push the limb out of the rocks, but it just wouldn't budge. The distraction worked, and I barely raised my arms up to block the attack as the brunt bruised my arms, but the impact sent the back of my head slamming down onto the ground. That was an instant knockout with some bleeding. Luckily, Hirutada moved in just in time as the win was assured, and everyone, even Tobirama, looked ready to retaliate for the vicious response. Everyone was tense and mad, but I wasn't. This was on me. I could have easily reacted to this issue the moment it came up rather than be stunned by the suddenness of that situation. I had been lulled in a false sense of security which made me underestimate my opponent right when he had the means to score a quick and yet painful win against me. I should have seen it coming with how intense things had been, and, truth be told, me not being angry didn't mean I was not going to exact revenge on him. After getting my each checked for any unexpected damage which might have been missed during Hirutada's intervention, I just took it upon myself to actually return the favor with extra flavor. Inoki was excited for the win, but he didn't press on the fact he did so with that much damage. In fact, it felt like he was genuinely restraining himself over that. Very odd considering the bad blood between Konoha and IWA, but good enough for me to not turn up too violent for the fourth match. I just wasn't planning to let this slight go unpunished, and I knew it was time to pick the pace up. Knowing that I was no longer dealing with a slow-paced mind, but one that was adapting with each situation, I began setting up plans and counterplans for what I had seen. I wasn't sure it was all Inoki had to offer in combat, but I could tell these things he used on me, techniques and taijutsu moves, were primary within his fighting style. Remove those, and he was as good as beaten. After engaging with some meditation to clear my mind and turn any irritation into part of my driving force to win, I started to finally get close to my senjutsu training's completion. I started to handle the flow better, to the point where it distracted Kiera, trying to play around with a ball I brought for her to play with. Either Kali, Kurama, and Matatabi tensed up in surprise when instead of preceding me she felt like a new phoenix had appeared in my stead. It had been momentary, and yet she was stunned by such a bizarre feeling, before engaging in intense hugging and telling me that it was great that I was becoming like her, and mentioning matching clothes and all of that. Yep, I felt like my sanity had long given up around the inner workings of her mind. Still, nothing within the training gave me any advantage for the fourth fight. Only clarity and determination. With all set to turn the fourth fight as the final important one, I proceeded to be the one to take initiative. Much to my surprise, instead of a large crowd or representatives, it was the Tsuchikage and Madara. I was a bit surprised by this circumstance, confused as to why these two would be there, but then I realized it was because they were our senseis. It was a match that Mu definitely announced being the ultimate one in terms of learning and training. The pinnacle of fighting between the two styles, and the one which would determine which pupil was ready to go the next step. I think it was more of a ceremonial BS, yet I didn't pay enough attention to actually care for a response. I had a moron's butt to kick. Instead of taijutsu, Inoki found himself hard-pressed when I relied on kenjutsu. I had studied swordsmanship at a slugger pace, mostly because Madara lamented how I should be honing this kind of skill by finding someone that was more accustomed to this schedule. A samurai would be ideal, but it was rare to enter in contact with one of those considering how isolationist they are. It was going to be rough, but I definitely had some ideas on how to infiltrate their land. The issue would be to convince one to actually teach me some more. Inoki's unease further increased when I pulled my puppets to intensify the pressure I was putting him through. He definitely didn't expect getting ganged up out of nowhere, and for me to have kept these kinds of moves from him up to this point. I felt confident it had played well on my hand, and I was reaping good results from the amount of bruises I was leaving on his body. Still, Inoki was far from beaten, as he decided that if he couldn't win by a balanced approach, then he was going to brute strength his way into the matter. Jumping away and using a smoke bomb to blind me temporarily, he used the high provided by his flying jutsu to rapidly muster chakra and prepare something to strike me with. When the smoke vanished, I was forced to pull my puppets back in their seals as I saw something they wouldn't have been able to beat back. It was a large pyramid, and its upper point was aimed at me like a large spear point. Very threatening, as it was the biggest dust release projection I've ever seen, and the one I couldn't dodge due to its size and speed. Something that Inoki was well aware about from the smug grin on his face as he finished preparing it. Now, I could have tried to use hide like a mole to get out of there unscathed, but I had the feeling that was what my opponent was thinking of me doing, so he could do something to capture me and defeat me again. So no, I stood my ground, as I knew this was where my seals would finally come up to play. I mustered a piece of paper I had been saving up for the occasion and then proceeded to activate it before bracing for impact. Seals can do so many things, but one element many tended to ignore was the capacity to allow a user to manipulate parameters within incoming techniques. If a seal can absorb a fireball, why shouldn't it be able to do the same with dust release? And that's where the question came up, and the many reasons why nobody tried in the show manifested. That sounded extremely easy and quick to nullify such a devastating attack, but that's where I realized the issue. Dust release is a double plan technique with multiple steps within each of those. First phase was tied to the formation of the dust release frame, as its particular forms were not casual, especially since it relied on three-dimensional constructs to consolidate three affinities at once. The reason why it had to be three-dimensional constructs was not only a matter of stability, but because there was also a matter of self-preservation, as the second phase relied on the jutsu enduring and persisting beyond any effort to try and stop it. Yes, some elements were erased once entered within the limits of the constructs, but not all elements could be broken up due to specific details. In this case, I wasn't planning to destroy it from the inside, but to tear it from the inside out. The paper I was holding held multiple kanji which had been cleverly set to a definite intensity for a single purpose: suck dust out as ferociously as possible. For powerful vacuum seals had been further bolstered by a special seal which provided wind chakra to each of those for the sake of boosting the power behind those. The effect was immediate as the pyramid started to collapse before our own eyes. Shock appeared on Inoki's face when the construct collapsed, and he was slightly unprepared when I switched to my wind armor, soared up in the sky, and approached him. Knowing how his reaction time was nothing short of brilliant, I took an extra step while approaching. Just as he tried to create another construct, his body froze as my Sharingan successfully planted a Jinjutsu that stopped his body from moving just for the time needed for me to drop the finishing hit. The punch stung, but definitely hurt the least compared to being slammed on the ground from a rapid fall several meters above the ground. That got to sting, and Mu was quick to pick his student up, leave a polite praise for that win, and leave me with Madara. The Uchiha paused as he got close enough to me, and grasped my arm as he helped me to one of the benches nearby. I thanked him. He just sighed and told me to rest a moment, as I had depleted most of my chakra reserves in that fight. I thought this was it. With Inoki suffering considerable damage, that would have been the last match for this long week, but I was surprised when I found him waiting the next morning, no one watching us in the field as we just sat down by the grass, lying and then talking. It was oddly expected from both at this point, and I just felt like this was fitting to close this troublesome fight for good. I was so close to falling asleep when the chatting started, the wind and grass putting me in a nap mood. The Tsuchikage told me not to fight today. He said that I proved my worth already, Inoki pointed out, and I hummed. You did. I lost 3 times. And won once. And cleverly so. He huffed. It wasn't satisfying. Winning isn't always about feeling happy afterwards, I argued dryly. Sometimes we just don't get that much. I know that, it's just that I feel like I could have done better, he pointed out, and I shrugged. Then train to work on your flaws and get better. You're saying this as if this is any easier. You know my dream is to become the Tsuchikage after my sensei. Just like Gramps. I slowly nodded, but I provided no answer to that. Do you plan to become one of the future Hokage? The question was a bit frustrating, and I sighed. No. He lifted his upper body up to stare in shock at me. What? Why? Why would I want to suffer through paperwork? I asked back. It's not that pleasant of a job anyway. You would be known as the strongest dash. And handle the nagging of people that think they know better than specialists on the field, I interjected flatly. You can be the strongest without being a Kage. So you wouldn't be the Hokage for that? I feel like you have a reason I don't have, Inoki-kun. After all, You are planning to become Hokage because you feel honored to be on the steps of individuals like your sensei and your grandfather, I replied without hesitation. And I hope you understand it's not just being the strongest. Oh, of course. Inoki answered strongly. It's the people. They all are small pebbles on their own, but together they represent a mighty mountain that makes IWA great. I swear, it's impressive how easy it is for people to come up with metaphors tied to the various main elements their village is tied to, I pointed out with a frown aimed at the sky. Like, roots and trees for Konoha, pebbles and mountains for IWA. The boy snorted. I guess old people really like philosophy. Even Sensei is sold to that idea. It's frustrating at times, but kind of important to hear from time to time. It's packed with the wisdom of the warring states, which is quite belligerent. And we should really start to work on preventing new wars. People want lost lands back home, Inoki reminded, still staring at me. They will lament that it's a wound on Iwa's mountain. One that was deserved. Just like the wounds you and I get from fighting so much. You think that's so simple? The brunette inquired with a fascinated tone. That war is like a one-on-one fight. Is it not? I mean, I would say it's more of a spar than a battle to the death, as the loser still lives to see another day in most occasions, and what they lose is merely tied to a bet. You bet on your strength, your nation's strength, and it can either go well or go bad. And the loser should just accept it? Did you accept defeat when I beat you in the first matches? I argued, and he huffed. I trained up and dash. Then train up and solve your problems with what you have. We didn't kill your capacity to recover as a nation and be prosperous with the right investments, I reasoned flatly. It sounds simple, but planning training is that. The rest of it is applying it and getting results done. And that should be it? To just invest, right? Yep. The rest of the quiet time spent together went on without further exchanges, with Inoki eventually asking me one last thing before departing to return to where he is staying in Konoha. Also, can I visit for lunch? I blinked. I thought you didn't like it. The people do leave me awkward, but your mother's nice. And her food is delicious. I'll forward the compliments to the cook, and sure. It felt like I had solved this situation the best I could, with Inoki still being a rival, but not one that was going to cause me any trouble in the near future. But I wasn't done just yet. There was one last place to check now that I was free in. I had promised Madara I would have put an effort into it. And boy, I knew I needed to do it. Why are you here? Gura's voice was duller than last time, and she looked skinnier as she definitely skipped meals in her confinement. It's been a while since I dealt with her, and, if I have to be honest, I wasn't completely sure this was a good idea. But it didn't have to be good, it had to be right. I wanted to talk. My comments seemed to shake her off from part of her depressing gloom, her eyes narrowing at me, her sleep bags evident as she had trouble resting after what happened last time, and I couldn't help but feel the irony of it. I was the one that didn't want anything to do with her, and yet now I was there to talk with her. Why? I thought you didn't want to see me again. I was angry when I said that. Angry at you for a reason you weren't at fault for, I reckoned calmly, refusing to appear apologetic even so for a moment. I may have been harsh in some aspects, but some of that rage was still justified. And she knew that from the way she looked away. I've nothing to say. I'm nothing. The conviction behind that kind of response left me sour in my mouth, as if I had just swallowed a bitter pill I didn't know I was trying to ingest. I expected disappointment, but this degree of depression just left me upset with her quick decline into non-existence. So, I just decided to strike back at that feeling and see how truthful it was within her mind. That's quite the stupid question. After all, you have a name. There was a pause after that. I could say that Gura thought I had something else to say and waited. But then, as I failed to provide a continuation, she huffed in annoyance. And then you can do the rest. The girl frowned. What? What rest? Well, things like you are Gura, you are a short girl dash. Not that short, she rebuked in a rare moment of anger within her own gloom. You are a not tall girl with silver hair with blue streaks, blue eyes, and an interesting affection for sharks? I'm half shark, Gura corrected. Still, why does this matter? Ain't those details something? I remarked with a smug look, gaining a frown from her as she thought about it. Well, yeah, but dash. And they're all are part of dash. Me. Yes, I'm a group of somethings, but I am nothing as a living being. I'm not worthy of what I have right now. I was used and now I'm here. Like a dumbass. You are a bit of a dumbass. Hey. I thought you were trying to make me feel better. I frowned. I don't recall ever saying that. Just that I wanted to talk with you and know more about you. Why? Why not? It sounded extremely stupid, to the point where Gura was giving me a dead look for a while, but soon her tough expression mellowed and she sighed loudly. Fine. What do you want to know? I smiled at her cooperation and decided to go for something very simple. What's the first thing you remember of your free life? That's the end of this tale for now. Like the vid if you want, subscribe because we're on the road to 2,000 subscribers. Join us early. And with that being said, stay safe and peace.